Meow.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The show starts in
8,
9,
9,
8,
20,
7,
21,
6,
22,
5,
3,
4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Breaking news that broke over close to an hour ago from the Daily Mail. Terrence Stamp dead. Superman and Far From the Maddening Crowd star passes away at the age of 87. This is by Mark Duell, senior reporter of the Daily Mail, and it was originally published on their site at 10:44 Eastern Time, then updated at 11:30 Eastern Daylight Time. British actor Terrence Stamp, who played the arch-villain General Zod in the Superman and Superman 2 movies, died today at age 87. The Oscar-nominated actor starred in films ranging from Pier Paolo Pasolini's Theorem in 1968 and A Season in Hell in 1971, The Adventures of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert in 1994, which he played a transgender woman. Actually, it was a drag queen, but hey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Politics much?
His family said in a statement this afternoon he leaves behind an extraordinary body of work, both as an actor and as a writer, and will continue to touch and inspire people for years to come. We ask for privacy at this sad time. Stamp, who made his name as an actor in 1960s London, died this morning, but his cause of death was not immediately known. Born in London's East End in 1938, the son of a tugboat stoker, and he endured the bombing of the city during the Second World War before leaving schoolwork initially in advertising, eventually winning a scholarship to go to drama school. Famous for his good looks and impeccable dress sense, he formed one of Britain's most glamorous couples with Julie Christie, with whom he starred in Far From the Maddening Crowd in 1967. Stamp, who is also remembered for his role in the 1999 movie The Limey, dated the model Jean Shrimpton and was chosen by a muse by photographer David Bailey. After failing to land the role of James Bond to succeed Sean Connery, he appeared in Italian films and worked with Federico Fellini in the late 1960s. Of course, there you see him as General Zod in Superman 2.
Mm-hmm.
Remarkable actor.
Yeah. I didn't realize he was an Eastender.
I didn't know that either. Stamp dropped out of the limelight and studied yoga in India before landing his most high profile role as General Zod, the megalomaniac leader of the Kryptonians in Superman in 1978 and its sequel in 1980. He went on to appear in a string of other films, including Valkyrie with Tom Cruise in 2008, The Adjustment Bureau with Matt Damon in 2011, and movies directed by Tim Burton. Stamp liked to recall how he was on the verge of becoming a Tantric sex teacher at an ashram in India when in 1977 he received a telegram from his London agent with news that he was being considered for the Superman film. I was on the night flight the next day, Stamp said in an interview with his publisher, Watkins Books, in 2015. After 8 years largely out of work, getting the role of the arch villain General Zod in Superman and Superman 2 turned the full glare of Hollywood's limelight on the Londoner. Buoyed by his new role, Stamp said he would respond to curious looks from passengers by with a command of "Kneel before Zod, you bastards."
Yeah.
Yes, I'm reading it. I'm reading that whole thing
Oh, yeah.
because I'm paying tribute to the man, which usually went down a storm. Speaking about his early years, Stamp previously said, "The great blessing of my life is that I had the really hard bit at the beginning because we were really poor." He left school to work initially as a messenger boy for an advertising firm and quickly moved up the ranks before he won a scholarship to go to drama school. There you see more pictures of him from Superman 2.
Mm-hmm.
Just a great actor. And when we keep losing them, and as we have said before, Baron, we don't have anybody to replace these actors.
Oh, hell no.
Until then, he had kept his acting ambitions secret from his family for fear of disapproval. I couldn't tell anyone I wanted to be an actor because it was an out of the question. I would have been laughed at, he said. He shared a flat with another young London actor, Michael Caine, and landed the lead role in director Peter Ustinov's 1962 adaptation of Billy Budd, a story of brutality in the British Navy in the 18th century. The role earned him an Academy Award nomination and filled him with pride. To be cast by somebody by Ustinov was something that gave me a great deal of self confidence in my film career, Stamp told the Thomson Reuters Foundation in 2019. During the shooting, I just thought, wow, this is it. He also said the love of his life was the model Jean Shimperton, adding, when I lost her, then that also coincided with my career taking a dive. After failing to land the role of Bond to succeed Connery, Stamp appeared in Italian films and worked with Fellini in the late 1960s. I view my life really as before and after Fellini. Being cast by him was the greatest compliment an actor like myself could get. It was while working in Rome where he appeared in Pier Paolo's Pasolini's Theorem in 1968 and A Season of Hell in 1971 that Stamp met Indian spiritual speaker and writer Jiddu Krishna.
Don't try.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
I know.
Giving
I'm
it,
looking at that, and it's going to cause your tongue to fall off.
it already falls off when I read certain names. Just taking a moment to look at these pictures of a great actor who we're all going to sorely miss. It says that Terrence Stamp was taught how to pause his thoughts and meditate, prompting Stamp to study yoga in India. Mumbai was his base, but he spent long periods at ashram in Pune, dressed in orange robes, growing his hair long, and learning the teachings of his yoga, including tantric sex. There was a rumor around the ashram that he was preparing me to teach the tantric group. He said in 2015, in a 2015 interview with Watkins Books, there was a lot of action going on. After landing the role of General Zod in Superman and its sequel both times opposite Christopher Reeves, he went on to appear in a string of other films. He counted Princess Diana among his friends. It wasn't a formal thing. We'd just meet up for a cup of tea, or sometimes we'd have a long chat for an hour. Sometimes it would be very quick. He told the Daily Express in 2017, the time I spent with her was a good time. In 2002, Stamp married for the first time at the age of 64 to Elizabeth O'Rourke, a pharmacist who was 35 years his junior. They divorced in 2008. Asked by the Stage 32 website how he got film directors to believe in his talent, Stamp said, I believed in myself. Originally, when I didn't get cast, I told myself there was a lack of discernment in them. This could be considered conceit. I look at it differently, cherishing that divine spark in myself. Well, he certainly had a way about his acting and his
Oh, hell yeah.
performing, and sometimes he didn't have to say anything. Sometimes all he had to do was just look right at the camera.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
that's a perfect example right there.
Mm-hmm. The eyes.
Mm-hmm.
He had the eyes.
The stern expression.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even him as Zod. You see him look at you in that full costume. I bet for anybody who was on that set, it's like, oh shit.
Mm-hmm. Kneel before Zod. I mean, really, you can't get much better than him at
No,
all.
you can't. No, you can't. But good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to this edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk, along with Baron Orman Tagge. I am
Yeah.
your host, Mike, and we have several stories that we will be talking about today, of course. But when I had heard not that long ago that Terrence Stamp had passed away, I told Baron we're going to lead off directly with this one.
Oh, which I, of course, needed to say agreed to. Because I literally found out, about 5 minutes before the show started when I looked at my news feed. Just for a last checkup. It's like, I just said, holy shit. And then Mike knew what I was saying.
Mm-hmm.
He knew what it was about. So, yeah, it's, again, a great actor. Not only did he play Zod, we were talking about this beforehand, but he also ended up playing Jor-El, a real Jor-El, not a, never mind. But in Smallville. So talk about how things turned around with from the villain to the good guy, because Jor-El is a good guy. He's merciful. He's kind. Sorry, just had to put that in there just in case Jimmy was listening. And of course, he was really upset about he had some gripes about that Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, which, of course, the Daily Mail decided to turn into. Notice how it's all kind of highlighted down there, saying transgendered when that was not the case. It was a drag queen. In fact, I don't even know if the characters are gay because there's a lot of straight men that do the drag queen stuff. I mean, Monty Python did drag. They even had the joke about the drag race where they're all dressed as women and the starter gun, and they go running down. I think it was down a street. I can't remember. It's been a long time since I've seen that one. But way to politicize there, Mirror.
That was the Daily Mail.
Or okay, Mail, Daily Mail. Yeah, well, they're all crap. And of course, yeah, in Star Wars is the one that he played the Chancellor in the first.
He was in the Phantom Menace.
Yep. I was saying the first one, but no, the first one is always Star Wars. But the episode 1, and he was he did not like the experience because, well, one, George is a horrible director. I mean, he's got a good eye for a lot of stuff. He's great for world building and having things set to look right. But when it comes around to that interpersonal relationship a director and actor has, he sucked. And he, I think Terrence Stamp was expecting to play off of somebody, not, as he said, an orange ball suspended from a stick. And for all I don't even know if they even had Natalie Portman's face on it or not. But it's like, no, this is what actors do. He was not impressed with the whole process, which is a shame because this is Star Wars. But and I don't know. There's something about that Priscilla I remember saying he was not happy with either. But I don't know, whatever. But yeah, what a great actor. And just thinking, what if it was him and not what's the name of the Aussie that took over for James Bond again? Lazenby. Can you imagine what it'd be if they had Terrence Stamp instead of Lazenby? Great choice, by the way, you producers of James Bond.
Kneel before Bond.
Yeah. But really, I kneel before Bond.
I'm just trying to add some levity, folks.
And he wouldn't mind. That was him. He had a wicked sense of humor. Tantric sex. Wow. And he says there were a lot of action going on. I bet there was. But, take a look at incredibly handsome, and he had that magnetism to him. I'm sure there was a lot of women that found him very appealing. And the look that he had in the Superman film is like, ooh, that is a perfect look. It's like, do they need a new master? He could do the master,
He very well could have done the master.
Mm-hmm.
I would have liked to have seen him as Soren in Generations.
Ooh. Yeah. Well, have you noticed that he and Malcolm McDowell, especially when they got older, kind of started looking alike?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you see some pictures like, oh no, that's Terrence Stamp. That's not Malcolm McDowell. I think the big thing is the nose that you can tell the difference. But other than that, they look like they're brothers.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
but yeah, he would
imagine if he was Soren, I would have been more intimidated, especially when it says to Picard, "Time is the fire in which we burn."
Mm-hmm.
I think he would have been more chilling saying that.
Yeah. Kneel before Soren. Yeah, I think he would have been a lot better. And that's no insult to Malcolm McDowell. He's great in his own right. But to get certain chills, he could do it. I mean, they could have in the day had him play Dracula, even though, not to take anything away from Frank Langella, who did a fantastic job. But if I had to pick between the two, that would be such a hard pick. Again, because of that aura, that magnetism he has. But, and again, scaring the wits out of you just by the look and how he delivers his lines.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah,
he delivers them with gravitas.
Oh, he does. He does. and or yeah, I don't want to think dead. DID, that is. That he does, because I don't want to think of him as gone, but we haven't really seen him in a while. Understandable. He's retired. 87's a good run. And, when they sit back and say the cause of death isn't known, it's called old age. Okay.
It's called natural causes.
Yeah. I mean, it's called, you know what? The clock just ran out. Okay. The sand, the last grain of sand went through. It's time to go to the next, to the undiscovered country. There we go. Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute.
What?
General Chang. I mean, imagine if he was the general.
Oh,
see where I'm going there?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with Plummer, but oh my word, that would again lead a new. Ooh. And he wouldn't have had to worry about playing to a green screen. Well, of course, that was done long before Star Wars, but
he would actually have actors to act against.
Yeah, him and Shatner quoting Shakespeare. Excuse me, there. Have a little froggy in my throat. That would be fantastic. There's got to be alternate universes, and they have their video stores, and it's just be so great to just kind of pop in, grab, and pop right back out. Go into their version of Blockbuster and just go, grab a bunch of stuff, wave at the camera, because there's no way in hell they're going to get you, and then jump through the gateway, and no one's going to believe them. They're going to look at the video.
You've got a remote like sliders, where you can jump from one reality to the next. And
yeah, as long as I can get back home, that's the only thing. But yeah, wouldn't that be great? To see some of the performance we want.
To see Back to the Future with Eric Stoltz, how it would have turned out.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I really don't think it would turn out that well, but as well, but it'd be interesting to see what the different take would be, in some of this. Our Stuart Townsend as Aragorn in the Lord of the Rings film, or
Billy D. Williams as Captain Benjamin Sisko.
Ooh,
because he was up for the role at one point.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. Hey, take a ride on the cool side. I got some Phaser 45 for you. That would be
never be afraid to dream up a what if scenario. What if this actor had been cast? What if that actor had been cast? What if they actually stuck with this cut of the film instead of waiting to release it as a director's cut?
Well, here's the thing. Seeing what some people are doing with the AI stuff, and they're doing it quick, footloose, fancy free, but I've been seeing these previews where they're showing what if they did a Justice League in the 70s. You have Robert Redford in there, and each one of the characters that they think would be good, to switch out, and put these actors in, and and I'm looking at them, and they're okay. You can tell they're AI, but it's it's going to come to a point where you're going to have fans able to do the dream movies. In other words, take, like you were saying, Back to the Future, put Eric Stoltz in. I don't think there's a lot of people who would care about that, but, or like we're saying, put Terrence Stamp in as Chang or Sauron or whatever, right? It's what if we adjust this a little bit more? And they'll put, and then put that out there where you're seeing these AI films, again, I'm saying by fans, and hopefully not for money, with these, and it's you can start appreciating that would be your gateway to an alternate universe's blockbuster without having to go to that alternate universe. And I think that that will happen very soon here. The scary thing is Hollywood doing it.
Yeah, at some point Hollywood will do it.
Yep. Oh,
They
they're
may,
working on it right now.
they may, act like they're protesting against AI, but with these actors' salaries and even the writers' salaries and demands getting more and more ridiculous, you
Mhm.
can't tell me that there's not a Hollywood studio that's thinking we're going to start using AI and get rid of these actors.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a huge outcry from the studios per se. You're hearing it from the ones that are truly threatened by it, the writers, the actors, and whatnot. I mean, and yes, I'm not a captain of Babylon 5. I'm just an Earth Force officer. By the way, I got my own ship out there. The where the Fagawi is the name of the ship. It's an explorer. But what were we talking about? But the studios themselves, they don't. In fact, on the contrary, they are working on it. I mean, you just like I said, you see what the fans are doing out there, right? Boom. You know that Hollywood has more money, more technology, more programming at their fingers. You have Disney with ILM. Uh,
Not only that, you have DreamWorks, who a few
mm-hmm.
weeks ago who said they don't want the Bad Guys 2 to be used to train AI. Well, I don't think they have anything to worry about that. That movie's not doing well.
No, no. But some of the whatever might be good for training that. It might be not that good of a film, but the technical aspect of it. But still, what did they use for theirs? I mean, again, this is the Hollywood is duplicitous and and whatnot. So they'll say one thing and then do it.
Mhm.
When
I mean,
they don't think
if
we're
you can go on X now and go to Grok and use their free AI tool to not only make images but short videos.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine what some of these people are making with some of these more advanced AIs that you do have to pay money for.
Right. And what's going on in the back rooms of Hollywood right now? What have they made right now for their tests? And when are they going to drop one of these without letting us know what it is for a test? I'm not necessarily talking about a big film, but just
No,
like a short
a
film.
short film
Mm-hmm.
where they show it to an audience,
Right.
and maybe the audience can't even tell that it's AI.
Exactly. And basically, and using quote unquote new talent. So they're not using any of the talent that's currently out there, unless, of course, you have the rights to their imagery. But usually, if that's the case, they're dead, and it's going to be hard to pass it that way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I recommend. I just said this to Pops and was suggesting this should be one that we watch. I know I suggested it to Apion and Padawan. I believe was it? Yeah, Padawan. The movie Looker, Michael Crichton, back I believe 1980, and basically Michael Crichton was so far ahead of his time with this subject. Yeah, granted, the movie on the technical aspects of how it would be done uh, doesn't necessarily fully mesh, but the whole concept where you're digitizing a person into a computer, and now you have the problem of having the digital and you have the real person. So what do? Well, we don't want to pay royalties to this person, so and then generally there's your plot. And if you can find it, Albert Finney, James Colburn, what's her name? Not you, from the Partridge Family. One's kind of went to like Law and Order or whatever those shows. She's in there. Uh, uh, it's a good film. Plus, it also has the henchman to James Colburn in there. Doesn't say a word, but again, when we're talking about menacing and the body language, he's a former football player. He follows through. So
Yeah,
this might be
you don't
interesting.
always need a henchman to say anything. Sometimes the henchman just has to look at your hero
Yeah.
and
Well,
be
Odd Job.
intimidated.
Yeah, you had Ob Job. He had with his hat. I mean, all he did was smile, throw the hat, and hope he decapitated you, and he looked menacing. So, you don't. Yeah, exactly. Those roles sometimes are the harder roles to play because you're using things other than your voice to bring it back. I hesitate to say mime, but in that area where facial, eyes, body, all that. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see here with that, and and it takes dorks like us, Mike, dorks like us, sitting around going, "Boy, wouldn't it have been great to see him in instead of somebody else in this film for someone to go ahead and do it."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and right, and which has me with mixed feelings because, like I said, if it's like fanish, with the fans, no one going out there to try to get money, I have no problems with that because it's basically us doing a little wet dreams. But when you start getting studios doing it and such, again, it's like when I hear the voiceovers for these commercials, and you can tell they're the AIs. The same freaking AIs that the average YouTuber uses on YouTube. I mean,
the same one that you hear on Instagram.
Right. And it's like,
and I'm just doing a high pitched voice. I went to the grocery store and I found this.
Mm-hmm. Well, they got the one that kind of talks like this, and that they have out there. And when we have the high costs of the pharmacies for the, it's like the pitch. You can tell by the pitch, everything on that. It's like, and these are supposed to be professional commercials, ads out there. And as someone who has done voice work, it again, it kind of pisses me off. It's good for YouTube, for us, right? If we want to throw a different voice in there for something or whatnot, right? It's great for us, But when you're going out there into a field where people's livelihoods are doing the voiceover, and you can go and get the Cialis from our stores. Just need to have a doctor's script and a whatever. I'm trying to go off my mind, but my brain is fried. But it does piss me off. It's like, honest
or
to people.
You hear the ones that are completely robotic.
Oh yeah.
Yes, sign up for Sprint today and save 10% on your next bill.
Yeah. You know what? When I hear that, I don't want to. I don't want to, unless you can absolutely fool me that's not, that what I'm listening to is not human voice. Well, then I wouldn't really know. But the fact that they're doing it now with these bad AI, well, I don't know if you want to call them bad. Some of them are, that's the best they can do now. And some of them, it's just like, no. I don't want that. Can you imagine listening to that voice for an entire fucking movie? I don't want to hear it for 60 seconds or 30 seconds. Oh yeah, there is some good AI out there, but the thing is they're not using them.
Well, it's like when I was playing Resurgence, somebody came in the chat and they heard Spock and they're going, "Oh, that's AI." I said, "No, that's an actual voice actor doing an imitation of Leonard Nimoy's Spock."
Mm-hmm.
And that person didn't believe me, so I said, "Okay, stay around for the credits."
Yeah. It's only logical.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a time, and still is, where people would mimic voices. Rich Hall being one of the most, not Rich Hall, but Rich Little being one of the most famous. In fact, to such a point that he was able to do this mimicking of voices that I think it was for a couple of the Pink Panther films that David Niven was in, but I know definitely one where he was ill and he really didn't have a voice to really work with. He basically did the voiceover of David Niven's voice, and you would never have known it. Never. There is a time when people mimicked. I mean, what's his name that does Madden all the time? The chubby The chubby
The guy from Mad TV. I can't think of his
Yeah.
name up top of my head.
Frank Caliendo.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, Frank Caliendo. I mean, you close your eyes and listen to doing Madden, and it's like, my God, that's Madden, right? To the point that Madden was not amused. But there was that time when the human ear and the voice, you're able to do the voice. Alec Baldwin could do a dead-on Sean Connery, which he did. He did a little bit in the movie, but he would tease Sean Connery on the set of the film with it. So, yeah, it's like when you find these people are out there, they can do the different voices, and
yeah, they do voice matching still in movies.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it's like we don't need AI. I mean, maybe a touch up, not using AI, but there's little touch ups you can still do. That's not AI to bring the voice that sounds good to it to perfecto, because the person wasn't quite there. I mean, it makes you wonder, with Dale Gribble and now with John Redcorn, what they're going to be doing with King of the Hill.
Well, they do have somebody voicing Dale Gribble.
Yep. That they do. And of course, it's like, how good are they going to be? And it takes a lot of study.
How close are they going to get to the original voice with their own voice? Because that's not an easy feat to do. I mean, even if you watch old episodes of the Flintstones, you can tell a difference in Fred's voice over the years. You can tell a difference in Barney's voice over the years when it's not the original voice actors and it's somebody else.
Yeah, with the Flintstones, you had that little situation where, it was, of course, everyone's favorite voiceover, Mel Blanc, doing
Barney.
Hey, Barney. And then he was in that terrible accident. I mean, it was a bad accident. He was in coma even because of that. I think basically he was knocked out of coma because someone did like a "What's up, Doc" to him or something. But for that time that he was out and recovering, they had someone else take over the voice, which you could absolutely tell. There was it's like nobody. There was no effort to do that. But then, of course, Mel Blanc came back and did Barney again, and they had the same thing with. Did they have a little issue with Tweaky where Mel Blanc, of course, doing Tweaky, he dropped out and then came back, something like that.
I don't know all the details to that.
What Buck Rogers or what Tree Rock has there?
No, Buck Rogers. I don't know
Buck Rogers,
all the details about that one.
Yeah, I mean, I remember something where Mel Blanc dropped out or something like that, and then someone else did Tweaky for a bit, and then Mel came back, or I can't remember. I have to dig in there, but I just kind of remember something like that. Hey, Tweaky doesn't sound like Tweaky right now.
I mean, it's just like, for any of us who grew up watching cartoons, you can tell when one of the characters wasn't being voiced by their normal voice actor, because it didn't sound anywhere near like the character.
And I think the thing too at that time was they weren't wanting to make an effort. They were just like, okay, it's my character now, and I don't know if it's because of being professional or narcissism or both or whatnot. Because it's like, well, I'm going to go in there, but I don't want to take away the hard work the person before me did, so I'm not going to mimic him. You had the same thing with the Great Gildersleeve. The original actor, of course, came off of Fibber McGee and Molly. Successful radio show on his own part. He left. A good friend of his, actually, who kind of looked like him too, and vocally sounded like him, took over the part. And the one thing he didn't want to do is the Gildersleeve laugh. So from that moment on, you never that I heard that or type of a laugh. And there was no animosity between the two and such, but it's like certain things out of respect for the person that came before you. You won't do a certain thing because that really is their trademark. That's really, something that's impermeated into the voice actor, not the character.
Yeah, well, just like for the 2012 incarnation of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Rob Paulsen, who voiced Raphael in the original 1987 cartoon, got the role of Donatello. He
Mm-hmm.
immediately called Barry Gordon, who was the original voice of Donatello in the 87 cartoon, and said, "Are you okay with this?"
Mm-hmm.
And he's, "Well, yeah, fine, make it your own."
Yeah, there is a lot of respect between these because a lot of them know who each other are.
Mhm.
They don't want to. Um,
Yeah, and
but
when Sean Astin auditioned for Raphael in that 2012 series, who better to learn from doing the character than Rob Paulsen, who originated the voice?
Mhm. Right. See, and when it comes around the voice actors, and especially with actors that do are people who do voiceovers or adverts, um, you can make a lot of money in it, but you work a lot. But luckily enough, if you're a good enough voice actor or or voiceover, you can keep the jobs coming. It's like being a character actor, like Ron Howard's brother.
Clint Howard.
Clint Howard. I mean, he realizes all I am is a character actor. It's great. I go onto a set, work maybe a day or two, then I'm out on the golf course. Then another one comes along, and I'm constantly working. I'm not out of work, and I'm raking in more money than the main people. And that's what a lot of character actors do. It's amazing how rich some of these character actors were able to become just doing that part and
Mhm.
overshadowing the main. Uh, when it comes around the voiceover for commercials and such, you start getting more money when you become either one more sought after because of your vocal, how you are able to express your voice. Your voice is recognizable, and they want to have that voice for their product. Of course,
Mhm.
there's usually sometimes that little caveat of, okay, you do our product, but you can't do a product similar, our competition. Um, which that guy from Can You Hear Me Now? Can You Hear Me Now? He was locked in like a 5-10 year contract where he couldn't do anything else other than that commercial. Those
Mhm.
there.
And then, of
Uh,
course, years later, he would end up doing advertisements for Sprint.
right. But, from Verizon to Sprint. Yeah, because that contract is over and now he was taking swipes back. It's like, yeah, whatever. But that's the strange nature. But, the average one, they don't necessarily get much for their doing the ads. Now, when it comes around to, again, voice work in cartoons, it's kind of the same thing. You get a lot more money when your voice is more recognizable.
Mhm.
Like
Look at
Lorenzo.
look at the well, I was gonna say, look at the cast of The Simpsons
Yeah.
and the raises
Oh,
that they've gotten over the show's run. And
right. Yeah, and just for one show too. I mean, really, that's the thing. Boom. They don't need to work on any other projects. They do, but some of them do, but they don't need to. Um, and such. But then you have the sad case of the real Ghostbusters, for crying out loud. Lorenzo Music as Peter Venkman. Perfect, wonderful. And
Mhm.
then they were forced to get rid of him because Bill Murray didn't like the fact that Garfield the cat was playing his voice.
Yet
But
Lorenzo Muse did a wonderful job as Venkman. I could remember
yeah,
hearing, him as Peter Venkman watching the cartoon. And then you get Dave Coulier from Full
mhm,
House, who played Joey on Full House, to come in and
mhm.
voice Peter Venkman. And you can tell that there's a distinct difference.
Yeah, and the thing is, and it's not to take anything away from him, but the difference kind of throws you off because you're so used to Lorenzo Music, how
Mhm.
great he was in that part. And the ironic part thing is later on, Bill Murray plays Garfield.
Garfield.
Unfortunately, we lost Lorenzo Music. He was such a great. Well, he started out as a writer and all that. Then he got like his voiceover with Rhoda. Hi, I'm Carlton, your doorman. It's like just doing that, he became a pop culture hit doing that, and then, and on and on. Then you had Garfield, and you had Real Ghostbusters, amongst other things. The Crash Test Dummies, all that. So,
I mean, it's like Chris Latta, who voiced Cobra Commander and Starscream, among a few other characters. You recognized his voices.
And usually the insurances you talk about comes through the union. So, Tree Rock. So, they do that, the voice. And yeah, the voices age. The actors age. Sometimes their voices age. Sometimes their voices don't. I mean, listen to Peter Cullen. I mean, he still sounds the same. That's the nature of the beast. But the thing is, and we brought it up when we were doing the obit for that great actor is
Smith or Seth. Why did I say man? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. But that great actor out there, right, is that there's no one to replace them. What you have is you have the next generation waiting in the wings. And you don't really have that. You don't have that talent. You don't have people going out there and getting properly trained to do this stuff. They want to grab actors and throw them behind a microphone, expecting the same result. And, when you have a stage or screen actor, it does not make them a voice actor.
No, because with a voice actor, and I'm only saying this from watching videos. I'm not acting like I'm an expert in this field at all, because I'm not. But when I've listened to the different voice actors who have voiced many characters, male, female, and they say the important thing about being a voice actor is being able to emote.
Right. Well, I guess I'm a little bit closer to the quote-unquote professional in there. That's the same thing with radio. That's the same thing with anything. Just because you're behind the microphone doesn't mean you do not be animated. As my instructor said, smile and not have a false one. Have a smile, because they can see you having a smile, even though it's over the bloody radio. And they can't see you, but they still can see you. They know if you're being genuine. They know if you're being moving. I'm sure you can tell right now, my hands are doing the Italian thing, even though I'm Norwegian. And that inflection, for some reason, being able to do that, that they're doing it, and it enhances. And that goes the same thing with being behind a microphone for voicing a character. For something. If you're just standing there and doing it, it's like, okay, la-di-da.
You see some of the old behind-the-scenes videos where, they had the different voice actors, they're all in the same room, and they're able to bounce off one another, and I think that's still the way to do it. Because it's more real that way. You get more emotion if there's supposed to be, two characters yelling at each other. Then you have the two actors looking at each other and they're yelling at each other. They're, also acting at the same time.
Yeah, that's why I am not a fan of putting them in isolation booths like they do. It's like, okay, we got Cheech Marin coming in at 3. He'll do his lines. Once we're done with that, at 5, we have someone else coming in and we'll do their lines. They're not playing off of anybody.
No. They may be hearing what the other person recorded, but...
Yeah, the Simpsons, they do. I don't think they're going to the isolation booth. I think they do everything with everybody in the room. I think there's some other ones. Right? Doing the radio show, whether, think back to the old days, whether it's The Shadow, which everybody knows about, even the old Superman or Planet Man. We're going to follow Dandro, the Planet Man. All that across the board, right? But they're all together in a room. They're able to play off each other, look at each other. And that's what made those radio shows so great. And when people try to recreate it, I think one of the suffering things is they start going and down a path of, again, the isolation booth, because they can't necessarily get everybody together and so on. As it goes, though, for Tree Rock, there is a solution. Getting better. And that's going to be something that's going to be that's being forced on them now. To go out there and become better at these jobs, being a better actor, being a better writer. It's going to take the fact that someone looks at a script and say, my God, I wouldn't wipe my butt with this, much less line my bird cage with it. And say, go back and do something better. Get rid of hacks like Jimmy Gunn and the others who think their poop don't stink. They need to start getting back in the old days where someone would tear them down saying, this is crap, do it all over again.
Speaking of Jimmy Gunn, James Gunn, Mr. 2025 Superman himself, we do have a story that we will talk about during the show about his Superman.
Yeah. And what's going to happen is, what's going to get back on track is these companies trimming, and they will be trimming. And as they trim, they're going to go and try to get the best talents out of that. Streaming services are going to drop. This ESPN new channel, I don't know how long it's going to last, but it's either going to go the way of the dodo, or it's going to be absorbed into ESPN Plus.
I'm just surprised with ESPN we didn't get ESPN The Ocho.
Yeah. Why not, man? ESPN Ocho. What is wrong with these people? What is wrong? Oh, but yeah, things, got to remember, everything's a pendulum. Don't be black-pilled. Don't go out there being all upset about the state of these things, because just like anything else, Hollywood had bad eras throughout its history where people were thinking, oh my God, it's dying, or it's not going to go well, especially when you had people leaving for television.
Look at Disney in the 70s. They struggled.
Big time. Yeah. I mean, if there's one thing you can say about Eisner, he did get him out of that. Wasn't necessarily some of the best ways, but he did it. Between heart attacks. Well, where did that come from? Huh? What? Bad me. I mean, I'm not a fan of Eisner, but I do admire the fact that he was able to bring Disney back, and also be smart enough that when they did do more adult films, they had a complete and totally different studio, Touchstone, instead of putting the labeling brand of Disney on it. So, I mean, I have to give kudos and such for him to have that, where they don't have that today. It's like, oh, we don't care. We don't care.
Yeah, and who's to say with it being all AI that it's going to be any better? It's probably not going to be any better.
No. We don't know how well AI is going to hold up. We don't know what kind of backlash there's going to be from it. We don't know, what's going to happen. I mean, the worst thing that you can have, now get this here, right? Actors, writers and such, they're in a union, right?
Right.
But technically, they already were in a form of a union when they had their agents.
True.
Why do you need an agent when you have a union? Because, in a sense, that's what the union is. The union is supposed to be your agent. You're supposed to go.
Your representative. Speak for you and say, this is what my client wants.
Right. Or you go
to be on the show.
Right. Or you call them up and go, hey, what you got for me? Just like the people who work in construction, they're part of the union. It's like, okay, this job's over. What's the next job? What do you have available to me? Okay, I'll take it. I mean, that's basically what a union, and that's why you pay your union dues, is to help have them represent you. Your pay, your jobs and such. In a sense, an actors union, a writers union, should be either, hey, there's a job out there. Is there a way I can get in that one? Or what do you have for me? So why do you need an agent? taking even
You
more
don't.
money off of you. You don't then, or you get rid of the union and keep your agents. One of the two. It doesn't make sense. That's another problem that we have with Hollywood. There is too much bureaucracy, and that bureaucracy will get trimmed down. And I don't think AI is going to, I think AI is going to be a gimmick, but just like CGI now, look how poor CGI is now in these films. They're lazy.
Not only that, they have so many jobs that are trying to get done at once. They'll just hire anybody to render a scene.
Right. And that's just it. And believe it or not, some of it can be North Korean because, we're hire out to China at this company in China. And then China sub leases out, or whatever you want to call it, to a company in North Korea. There is more animated shows that you're watching and such that is Korean art because they went to China and China sublet to them, including anime. You have anime studios that go to China and China goes to North Korea.
Even game studios.
Right.
Marvel Rivals is a perfect example. I enjoy playing the game, but I will never put any of my own money toward any of the skins.
No, not for that game.
No matter how tempted I might be to get some of the skins that I like, I'll never put my own money toward it.
I know when you see some of those juicy booties, I tell you, it's like I want to follow that one. But no, it's Dear Leader here. We not do stuff with Dear Leader, right? Dear Leader, bad guy. But yet we're getting shit like that from him.
I was going to say, funny. We always say that we're not going to do business with an enemy, but what do we do? What do other countries do? Do business with an enemy.
Right. And they fudge things and don't tell the full truth. China not telling the whole truth. My word, that's shocking. Absolutely friggin' shocking. I'm shocked.
No, he's not shocked, folks. But you're probably not going to be shocked about this next story. But we're going to go ahead and get into this next story here, and it is related to Jimmy Boy Gunn.
Oh, by the way, somewhere we can have a little respite between stories. I got a question to ask you, but let's talk about Jimmy, little Jimmy Gunn.
Would you like to read the story?
Oh, I suppose since I did suggest it, maybe I should. Let's see. I don't know where
I got it for you. I got it for you.
Well, please do that. That'd be greatly appreciated. And then I can use my voiceover skills to read the story about Jimmy Gunn in his Super Dud.
All right, here we go.
You want me to bring it up on screen?
I can bring it up on screen.
I got it. I got it right here. Just didn't know.
I just didn't know if you wanted to bring it up or if you wanted me to bring it up. I got it here.
Okay, bring it up there. See what I care. Okay, folks, this is coming from the rag known as the Independent, and yes, they are a stinking rag. But this shows you that I do go to different news sources around the world. I don't keep myself insular to a bubble.
Well, I don't particularly care for the Daily Mail, but I went to the Daily Mail this morning.
Yeah, the Daily Mail is also a piece of shit. But, we're going to go to the Independent here. And from one piece of shit to another piece of shit, James Gunn explains complicated reason behind Superman's quick streaming release. There were a lot of things that are beyond our control, said the director. This is bylined the 15th, so just a couple days ago. And actually datelined, I got that wrong, and bylined by Greg Evans. Hey, Greg, how you doing? Okay. So at least, they say help support us and don't force us to go behind a paywall.
Yeah. Like some of these websites do.
Yeah, I know.
And that's becoming more and more of a thing.
I know it. Well, they got to make money too. I mean, it's a hard biz, but I don't want to pay for these rags. Let's just put it that way. Um, Superman director James Gunn has shared the complicated reason his hit film is already on streaming services. Oh, I didn't realize it was already on stream. I thought it was just about to go there. Whoo! I see. I didn't read the story beforehand fully because when it comes to these stories, I don't want to. The DC superhero reboot starring David Cornsweet and Rachel Brosnahan, or I don't have to pronounce that fully, so my apologies there. But full sweat.
Brosnahan? I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm trying here.
Bronson.
Folks.
Let's have that tough name, Bronson, Rachel Bronson. But yeah, a full insult though to Corn Sweat, because he's an absolute putz. Was released in cinemas on the 11th of July. Just over a month later, the blockbuster has already landed on Amazon Prime Video and Apple TV Plus to buy or to rent.
And I know I've said we're gonna watch it for a watch party, but I'm waiting for that rent price to go down. I'm not paying $24 to rent a movie. I might as well buy it at that point.
Yeah, well, $24 to rent a freaking film, for crying out loud. Yeah, or if it just goes on, actual Prime itself, you don't have to pay for it. But the film has earned more than $330 million at the domestic box office. But according to Gunny, it is now available to watch at home because of another DC project. Well,
no, I think it's more like his Superman movie doesn't have a leg to stand on because it's underperforming at the worldwide box office. And don't give me the excuse Superman isn't as well known worldwide as he is here in the States. Everybody knows who Superman is.
Mm-hmm. Well, right, exactly. And like you were saying, was $25 to rent. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've seen these movies to rent on there, but 25 seems to be a lot higher than a lot of the others out there. So, yeah, they're trying to make more money for a losing project.
And Shane says they thought they were launching the modern Christopher Reeves, but they forgot what Superman stood for. Exactly.
Yep. Truth, justice, and the American way.
And I hope you're doing well this afternoon, Shane. Good to see you, brother. I believe, unless things have changed, I believe he's going to see Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for its 35th anniversary.
I think so. Either he or maybe he has seen it already. We'll find out. I'm sure he'll let us know in there because, he's wrong. See what I did there? Well, it's very complicated, but the truth is, it is because of Peacemaker. The 59-year-old charlatan told Screen Rant. Oh, look at that. Let's go to that source, the Screen Rant. A source that's even worse than the Independent. I don't know. We should take a poll. Which is worse, the Independent or Screen Rant?
I find this interesting. He's saying because of Peacemaker. Well, how would the box office, the movie theater box office affect Peacemaker? I know we got to get further into the story to find out what Jimmy Gunn has to say about it, but Peacemaker is HBO Max. It's not in the theaters.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make sense to me, Baron. Maybe I'm missing something that we'll get to later in this article.
Well, the thing that gets me is going to Amazon Plus and Apple TV Plus, right? So these aren't Warner Brothers platforms.
No, they're third-party platforms.
Right. So, yeah, they're going to get their piece of flesh, but so is Amazon. They're not going to get a bigger return. It's not like going where you put into the theater and you get basically everything back from the movie and the theaters stay alive from concessions. They're actually going to have to pay out. Why aren't you really pushing hard for your failing streaming platform? But let's continue on here, folks. Let's continue on here.
Before you do, I just want to say hello to Pop Culture Mechanic. Hope you're doing well, Pop.
Hey, good day, eh? It's a wonderful day there. Going to go out and get a twofer? Gunn said that he initially believed that season 2 of Peacemaker, on which he serves as a showrunner, would... Now, wait a moment. There's a period and a comma. Make up your mind.
That's where your editor needs to come in and say, you need to fix this.
It's the Independent, it's them and Screen Rant. It's like, again, we got to figure out who's suckier right now with the story, but we'll talk about that later. Would be released on Prime in September. However, the Suicide Squad spin-off series starring John Cena is now debuting on the 21st of August. See, in England, they put the date before the month, unlike us, so just in case it throws you off. But there we go. The cultureman is now over with from Baron Orman Tagge. Gunn said that the events of Super Dud lead directly into the new series, setting up future events and the new DCFU. There we go. Let's just call it that, DCFU. There were a lot of things that are beyond our control, so that Peacemaker is coming out now. And at the end of the day, I wanted everyone to be able to see Super Dud that wanted to. Jimmy Gunn, it's been over a month. If they wanted to, they have. Okay, sorry. I just keep it to the story and save my outbursts later because I'm trying to do this professionally so we can get the idea of a proper voiceover man. I'm slapping my wrist, and even those people who couldn't get to a theater before Peacemaker. This is hard to keep professional. The amount of bullshit.
Breathe, Aaron. Breathe.
Do you want to know what my studio here smells like with all this bullshit? Oh. I'm sorry, the mental gymnastics.
I think I have a slight edge to you, Barrett. I've watched a lot of Cubs games, so I'm used to bullshit.
Oh, I've watched a lot of Twins game, and except for 87, 91, there's a lot of bullshit too. And they know how to grab defeat out of the jaws of victory, just like the Minnesota Twins. Damn it. The All Blacks almost did that the other day with Argentina. It's like they started falling apart in the second half, but we can talk about rugby later. But they won. Everyone to be able to see Superman that wanted to, even those people who couldn't go get to a theater before Peacemaker, he added. And that's really the reason for it. X for doubt. It's a big part. Definitely Superman leads directly into Peacemaker. He told the Hollywood Reporter, it should be noted that this is for adults, not for children. But Superman leads into this show, and then we have the setting up of all the rest of the DCFU. I'm sorry, I'm taking a couple breaths here. Okay, and this season of Peacemaker, it's incredibly impotent. I know it's important, but we're talking about James Gunn and DCFU, impotent. The first season of Peacemaker picked up where 2021's The Suicide Squad left off, with the violent titled character, continuing his mission to enforce the law and maintain peace at any cost, even if it means killing people who get in his way. So, you were talking about Clint Eastwood, Charles Bronson. The season 2 trailer already revealed some of the big cameos from Gunn's 2025 movie, including Nathan Fillion, Green Lantern, Isabella Merced's Hawk Girl, and Sean Gunn's Maxwell Lord. There's a relationship between those two. I'm talking about brothers. Jim and I know, but I think it goes a little bit beyond that. Just saying, kind of going on the same level as Leslie Headland. Lesbian Headland. Gunn teased in another interview that a bunch of other characters from Superman will appear in the second season with a bombshell cameo at the end of the series. I can tell you right now.
I love it when these creators say a bunch. Mm-hmm. So really, that's the vocabulary we're using here.
Well, I mean, it works for bananas. A bunch of bananas, a bunch of nuts, bunch of no talent hacks. How about that? My God. Okay, people.
that several other characters will be making an appearance.
Okay, if you believe James Gunn with what he says in here, put an A in the chat. If you don't believe what he's saying, put the X, as in doubt, in the chat.
Or we could just read this comment from Cynical Bastard. And
Oh, okay.
Cynical Bastard said, "It's easy, not complicated. No more butts and seats, so they decided to stream it now."
That's 2 T's, by the way, there, Cynical Bastard. Sorry, I was a... Oh, we got our first X. Yeah. This is utterly total bullshit that James Gunn is piling. I mean, he how many times did he contradict himself in this article? I counted at least 3, right? His 3-faced lies, maybe a four. But the thing is after over a month in the theaters, anyone who cares have seen it.
Mm-hmm. Anybody who wanted to go see it, they went and saw it that weekend. They might have taken someone during the week to go see it, but they got what they wanted out of the movie. Whether they enjoyed it, whether they didn't enjoy it, that's neither here nor there. The people who had invested interest have already seen it.
Now, I saw somewhere that this was one of the ideas Zaslav was pushing, and for the exact reason of, we're not doing well in the theaters. We're not making back what we're needing in the theaters. Let's do the 2020 COVID thing and put it onto the streaming services and charge $25. I don't know how much it costs to buy, but they're figuring out how many households at $25 a pop. And of course, we'll get a piece of that, but we're not going to put it on our own platforms.
No, we're going to put on other platforms and hope that maybe people on those platforms will fork over the money so we can recoup some of our losses.
But yet you'd think that this would be a big enough thing to make people go, ooh, ah, and want to go and get new subscribers for your HBO, Warner Brothers, whatever, right, over there. If you put it on, hey, now it's over here. Come on over. Yeah. And maybe a little bit down the road, like a couple of weeks later, then have it go to the other services so you can at least get a pound of flesh there. Well, I'm sorry. The only way I'd see this streaming is if it was free. I mean, I'm not going to pay to watch this. Or if Mike gets it, for the.
I've already said. Yeah. At some point, we're going to have a double feature watch party of the original 1978 Superman and the 2025 Superman. I think the way I'm going to do it, because we're going to need a palate cleanser, is we're going to go with the new one first. And then we're going to go with the 78.
Da, 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 da. Kneel before Zod. No, I mean, this is absolutely...
And I was just going to make a joke about this picture. Oh, no, David, I'm looking into the future. What is it, James? Our movie's bombing. Yeah. Oh, no.
What is it? We're going to get pink slips soon. These are not good signs. This is not good signs. This is not what Zaslav wants.
No. And it also shows that James Gunn, in particular, wasn't the right choice to head the DC movieverse.
Where do we hear people saying that? Well, let me think here. Where do we have people say that? Huh? Where could that have been? I'm trying to think.
Everything sucks.
Yeah.
That's what they say. Pop Talk's dishing out negativity every single day.
I think so. I think right here. I think we said that.
We did.
I had no hope.
I'm not asking for credit for it. I'm just saying weren't very high on this movie to begin with.
No, I mean I'm joking about that part, but a credit for anything other than the fact that, yeah, I mean I only gave a little bit of lip service saying that, well, maybe, but I there was no hope in there. I knew from the beginning that this was going to be crap.
I
It was
mean,
not going to go well.
when you see the preview scene where Superman's yelling like a spoiled brat, "Where's the dog?"
Oh God. God. I mean, like I said, I've seen a lot of scenes from this movie I was forced to endure. Uh and what I saw is like this. I know, granted, I didn't see the whole thing, but it doesn't encourage me to see the whole thing. But what I saw really sucked.
It probably makes Move Along Home from Deep Space Nine look real good.
Well, and I think the big final insult is what they did to Jor-El.
Yeah,
They changed everything.
by having him say, "Yeah, go to Earth, conquer those people, and impregnate the women."
Well, I mean, again, I'm going to go with the loony left, which James Gunn is, right? And their attitude, right? Especially what we're going through here, political rant coming up here. But it's not like what you're going to think. But we have this we have going on where with the illegals, right? And of course, the one side, or a lot of people are saying that, we have these people coming in, they're not integrating into the society. They're more happy waving their own flags. They have no respect. It's an invasion, right? They're not here illegally, right? And that's the arguments. And of course, so they're countered with,
No, they're ignorant. That's ignorant.
right? Okay, so Jimmy Gunn puts a film out, which he did triple, quadruple talk on. But basically, what it comes down to is about immigration, right? Which really, in all reality, it's a refugee, because that's what Superman is. It's a refugee from a dead planet coming to Earth. So he comes here, and then he starts finding out that his father, instead of, as it was originally, where it was, help these people. This is your new home. You are a part of them now, right? And, you assimilate, you're no longer Kryptonian. You're a human. You're not human, but an Earthling. Which has been all the way up until Jimmy Gunn destroyed it. But now his father is, this is the machination, the quote unquote, the invasion argument. We're getting these people, only men, military age, coming in for seeking asylum or crossing the border illegally and all that. You just played into that hand with doing that. Good job, Jimmy Gunn.
Mm-hmm.
You should have kept it back to the original Jor-El if you're going to make a proper and sympathetic view of immigration.
That's something that people like James Gunn and a lot of Hollywood nowadays can't do. Make the sympathetic or even empathetic push for a cause.
Well, not only that,
they'd rather force it down people's throats and have you see it everywhere, shoved in your face, instead of saying it in a way that gets somebody to actually stand back and go, "Oh, yeah, I see your point."
Right. But, and again, also the critical thinking. They have none of that. And if you had critical thinking, you would step back and go, no, this would be a terrible idea. It kind of starts poking holes into what we're trying to convey along. Right? Now we're making Superman out to be basically a tool for the conquest of this planet and the destruction of humanity. And a birth of a new race. So I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, you're going to go to Earth. I want you to emasculate all the men. I want you to boink all the women, make a bunch of little half Kryptonians out there, and then we'll blow up the world. Then what's the purpose then? Does that make sense?
There is no purpose. No, it doesn't make any sense.
I mean, it's not like you can pack them all up and go back to Krypton. Hey, look, that piece of rock over there, that's where my dad lived.
No, because what's Superman going to do? Go off to another world, do the same thing over and over again? Well, that's not controlling the universe. That's just complete asinine thought right there.
Yeah. I mean, you just leave it to Superman is to become the Emperor of Earth, the forever Emperor, with all his little bastard babies running around.
New before Superman.
Yeah. Basically, yeah. He's supposed to be the General Zod.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, in some ways, his dad is General Zod. You want to know why you're not putting butts in the theater like they want? It's this shit right there. I, a conservative, have just poked holes in what your argument is to be sympathetic on the other side. That you blew it. Big time. Why? I think. Therefore, IBM. Ah!
Ah, yes. IBM.
Hey, remember Wang Computers? Woo! Talk about their hard drives.
I mean, let's face it. This movie was never going to live up to true expectations. It was never going to live up to Man of Steel. It was never going to live up to the original 78 movie.
No. It did worse. This did more damage to DC, Superman, the DCFU, and future projects. And how the hell, okay, it's going to be tying into a fucking TV show. You never do that with a movie.
A TV
I mean,
show,
you just hire it.
Which I did review the first season. The only thing that made the show good was the supporting cast, not John Cena. But even then, that show wasn't the show that you could go to your friends and say, "Oh, you gotta watch this. It's so great. It's so awesome. The story is so great. The characters are great." No, I can't even say that.
Right. Well, and again, of course, I'm partially wrong. Tie into TV show to a movie, yeah. But so soon and being so critical that you need to move the film ahead into home viewing. That's ridiculous. You don't do that unless something's not going right. But now you're also showing that all you're doing is a copy paste of the Marvel film. You're not even changing the fucking name on top. That's how much of a copy job you're doing on the planning. And the first season of Peacemaker isn't even going to be canon to all this.
No.
So it doesn't matter.
It just keeps showing that Hollywood as it is broken, and you have people in charge who don't know what they're doing, and they probably never will know what they're doing because they don't listen.
No. Well, more importantly, they're so narcissistic. They don't want to be told otherwise. These people couldn't handle being in a group like Tolkien and C.S. Lewis, the Inklings, where they come in and read their works and they would brutally criticize each other. Not because of spite or whatever, but to say, hey, this sucks. You need to do something.
Yeah, to try to help them out. Try to make the work better.
Or if it was good, yeah, they heavily praised it. It was to help keep them going. The criticism was necessary. James Gunn cannot handle criticism. He curls up in a fetal ball and cries if he gets it. Or has his little hissy fit. Or bitches about us because we point out things. Like what an idiot he is.
That's what fans do. We've always done it. We've always nitpicked. I mean, as much as we love Star Trek, we nitpick. I had a great time last night talking about In the Pale Moonlight with Brandon, the anime guy. But even during the show, we started bringing up things that Cisco was guilty of, crimes that he's committed.
Yep.
That should have cost him his uniform, but didn't.
Mm-hmm.
But also showed why we love Cisco so much.
Right. It just shows that the real war crime is war. And you know what? I think we also brought that up too about this is also kind of doing that Invincible storyline as well. The anti superhero film, and that's the thing. In some ways, I think he's part of that new wave cult that Michael Moorcock and Alan Moore and all the others are part of, where there's no such things as heroes. With some of the statements he says and all that, he seems to be one of those people, which is the worst person to have doing a Superman film.
Mm-hmm.
It went from look up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane, no, it's Superman, to hey, look up in the sky, it's bird shit.
And Jet Spark says, I'm not going to watch anything that has John I Heart the CCP Cena, freaking American traitor. Even in that damn Suicide Squad movie, I thought he was a crap character. Well, me coming as a wrestling fan, I've never liked John Cena, never will. It's always come across as a phony to me.
Well, remember one thing, and this should turn everybody off from watching John Cena. He banged Amy Schumer for real on the set of that movie while they were filming. Okay, that's enough right there. I mean, boom. I mean, really. That should disqualify him completely. Take his man card away, his action man card away, whatever. It's just, he should be playing cuck boy from now on. That's all I gotta say.
Well, is that all that you have to say on this article? Because if it is, we can move on to the next.
F you, James Gunn. And you too, Mark Hammer. Okay, go on.
And Superman 2025 is not a success. I don't care what people say, It's not a success.
It is not a success. And Fantastic Four as well.
Yep. Two movies that have flopped.
Right. I mean, they really seem to. This is the only thing that's keeping Superman alive in the press. Oh, we're going to go to streaming services really fast here, but it was part of the plan. Oh, you needed it. You needed pop culture. If it festers in my mind, I'm going to make sure I share it with everybody.
Yeah, I can agree with pop culture mechanic. If that was the first time I ever heard that. But it knows I don't even drink, but I would go get a whiskey bottle. And I'm not advocating people doing this. I'm just saying this is what I would do. I would drink the whole thing to try to get that image out of my head.
Unlike me, who does encourage that. So even Williams, I'm in their pocket. So, I do stuff like this so they go out there and go for some good old bourbon. Even Williams, by the way, if you need to get thoughts on your head like this, even Williams. Back to you, Mike. No, that's it. I'm just glad I was able to make one person disturbed in the chat. My work here is done.
Oh, great. He's wearing that as a badge of honor from now on. You
damn straight. You damn straight. Hey, who are you talking to here? Come on.
If I don't know you by now, then I'd be in trouble.
You still are.
Yeah, I know. Here we go to the next article. Look at that handsome fellow right there. He's not going to do anything to your city.
It's Godzilla in there. Come on, why is he wearing his bling? Is he at the beach or something?
Well, maybe he's getting his bling polished.
Oh yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of bling that needs to be done that way. It's like he's almost naked.
It could be Godzilla in there coming off the beach. You never know.
Ooh, there we go. Hey, ladies, look at this. Kick some sand in some nerd's face, stuff like that. Knock over some sandcastles.
All right, so we have this article from Superhero Hype. It's by Ishida Verma. And it was posted on July 28th. says Godzilla Minus One sequel filming update confirms release date plans. The sequel to the hit film Godzilla Minus One appears to now have a release date window following a recent filming update.
Ooh.
Directed by Takashi Yamazaki, sorry. Godzilla Minus One was one of the most successful movies to come out in 2023, made on a budget of under $15 million. Take note, Hollywood. Take note. The film took home the Academy Award for Best Visual Effects in March 2024. Godzilla Minus One.
15 million. And they took the Academy Award home, folks.
Yeah.
Gee.
For special effects.
Yeah. Wow. I'm shocked that no one making a film for 15 total is going to ever win an award like that, because they just can't do the special effects, not without all that fancy CGI. Wow. By the way, I thought it was Ron Howard who directed this, but back to you, Mike.
Godzilla Minus One sequel could get a 2026 release date. The sequel to Godzilla Minus One might get a release date in 2026 based on a recent filming update. In a post on X, formerly Twitter, I don't know why they still have to do that.
Just call it Twix or Twatter. One of the two.
The official Japanese account for Godzilla posted a notice for recruitment of extra actors for a movie directed by Takashi Yamazaki, billed under the working title Super Blockbuster Monster Movie.
Ooh. No, I tried out for the role of guy who is stepped on and squished #1, but they didn't take me. It's like, come on, don't you think I make a good squish?
It'd be too messy.
Yeah. You're too big. You're too fat. There'll be you all over the place. You would just
we made the first movie on a budget of $15 million. You're gonna put us over budget.
Yeah, he squished you. He stomped on you and squished you. That would right there take out Tokyo. We need more film than that.
Exactly, pop culture. I mean, there are the subtitles for the movie. I didn't need the subtitles. I knew what was going on.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's just it. Again, it's talent, not money.
Mm-hmm. So it says recently at the San Diego Comic-Con, it was announced at the Godzilla at 77 Decades of the King of Monsters panel that Godzilla Minus One sequel will begin filming on August 30th, 2025. So at the end of the month. This makes it likely that the film will be released in 2026. Following Godzilla Minus One's success, fans have been eagerly waiting for the sequel to arrive. While speaking at the Oscars in 2024, Yamazaki shared his feelings after getting nominated. The director stated, "So far from Hollywood, even the possibility of standing on the stage seemed out of reach. The moment we were nominated, we felt like Rocky Balboa, welcomed into the ring as equals by our biggest rivals, which was already a miracle, but here we stand."
Humble. I like that.
Mm-hmm. Speaking backstage about the film's impact, Yamazaki added, "I think Godzilla has opened up so many doors for us through this project. I don't know where those doors are going to lead, but I don't want to turn down any opportunity." He doesn't want to turn down any opportunity, but I can bet just by his response and the way he carries himself, I've seen interviews with him, he's going to be humble about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking forward to the sequel. I want to see it.
So this would be Godzilla Minus One 2. Boy, that's going to get confusing. It should be Godzilla Minus 2.
Godzilla Minus 0.
Or Oppenheimer 3. One,
Yeah. You're still going on because the movie did come out in 2023. That it was the sequel to Oppenheimer.
Yeah, and I still hold to it. Prove me wrong.
Although honestly, if I can find a place that's renting out the digital copy for Godzilla Minus One, I think we should watch that for a watch party.
Oh, the -1.
Yeah.
Cash is now going. What about Oppenheimer? That's Christopher Nolan. He's like a god. That's
we could watch Oppenheimer, but that's a 3-hour movie, and I've already said when it comes to Gettysburg in November, we're gonna do that movie in 2 parts. First 2 hours on that Sunday, and then the Wednesday to follow, we'll watch the last 2 hours of the movie.
Should call it Button-Namathon. There we go. Steal that from Harry Knowles. He's not using it anymore.
I was gonna call it ass molded into my seat a thon.
Yeah, I mean, I got mine, I think, properly that way. Yeah. No, it's again. This shows 100%. It's not the money; it's talent. Right? I mean, granted, yeah, you need to have some money to get it done. Don't get me wrong, but if you're just relying on it, oh, we just throw a bunch of money and all this, these effects and eye candy. People are gonna really like it. And while we're at it, we're gonna make his father evil. Wait a moment, I'm still kind of on the James Gunn thing.
I was gonna say that was Superman.
Godzilla.
We're talking about Godzilla and his atomic breath.
Oh, yeah, Godzilla's dad was actually nice. There we go. That's what it is. They'll change that around. No issues there.
And Shane says movies got too expensive, films got too political, Hollywood got too gross. The blockbuster is dead. Independent streaming films is the future. It's evident by the way the weekend box office has been the last several years, and you can't blame it all on the coof.
No. That ship is gone. That ship is like Obama in his 7th year as president, still blaming George W. Bush for all the problems. It's like, oh, really? You're that far along? You're still saying that? Maybe it's a you thing, And the same thing with Hollywood. And maybe this is a you thing. Huh?
Yep. But
not a me thing.
I'm looking forward to the sequel to Godzilla Minus One. I think we should. And I'm reiterating it on purpose. Have a watch party of Godzilla Minus One. It probably won't be until December, but we'll have it.
His atomic breath keeping us warm through those cold nights. We can roast our chestnuts by it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know why I have to change things for September, because I got a notice to perform my civic duty. So it's making my availability for September interesting.
Yeah, the warrant came through. He's got to spend 30 days in the Huskow.
No, not that. Not that. Like I said, I got a notice to perform my civic duty, and I'm pretty much not available the entire month.
Yeah, he's being called up and going to Washington, D.C. with the rest of the guard. Yeah. He'll be going with his ninja outfit, the nunchucks, turtle shell. He's all ready.
And Shane continues, says, movie theaters forgot they got big, serving poor communities entertainment during the wars and depression. Now it's $100 to see one movie. Yeah, you take a family of 4, it costs you $100 or more. Like even yesterday, going to see 2 movies. Yes, I saw 2 movies. You'll get my out of theater review for the other movie I saw tomorrow.
I'm shocked.
Yeah,
hey,
it'll go
live.
Well, again, I thought, you know what, Turtles is out for a limited time, and I want to be able to see that in the theaters again.
Yeah,
so I went and saw it in the theater, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah. That'd be the top
Uh,
pick because of what you just sat back and said. It's a very limited
Mhm.
time.
Yeah. And the other movie, which you'll get the review on, is Nobody 2. I liked it,
Oh,
but I don't think it was as good as the first one. It was still good, just not as good as the first one.
mm. Yeah.
But
I mean, like that's
that,
your opinion. These
yeah.
people.
So, are you ready for the next article? And is everyone else ready for the next article?
Ready. I'm all ready, set, go here. I'm so hopped up and ready. I'm just excited, man. Really,
All
I
right.
am.
So here we go. Sony knows PlayStation Live service plans not entirely going smoothly, admits there are still many issues. The hell you say?
Oh, come on. I was just going for that.
Well, you can still play it. Just because I say it doesn't mean you can't play it.
That's true because, I do that. Just, well, no, that's not it. Oh, there you are.
The hell you say?
I wonder why.
We're about to find out.
Color me intrigued.
This is by Spencer Paculi. It was posted on August 8th.
Spencer!
It says, in confirming what players have known since even well before the Concord debacle, Sony has admitted that their attempt at shifting the PlayStation brand's development aims away from complete single-player games and towards live service titles has, to say the least, not entirely played out as smoothly as they had initially hoped.
Well, plus Concord was a.
This recognition towards Sony's self-inflicted video game stumbles was given by Chief Financial Officer Lin Tao during a Q&A portion of the company's Q1 2025 earnings call, as recently held on August 7th. Therein, Tao was pressed by Goldman Sachs video game sector analyst Minami Munakata, I hope I said that right, as to how she viewed the current status of Sony's strategy to strengthen their live service offerings. Do you look at the quality before launch and you make a decision and you're postponing? If so, I think you're making a flexible decision. As Munakata, got it. I'm trying to say it, folks. Cut me some slack. I think that's a
I'm
good
not.
thing. But on the other hand, it's a negative thing that the title doesn't appear. So, how do you look at the current situation? And in terms of strengthening live service games, where do you see the issues? In turn, Tao recalled last year Concord and this year Marathon was postponed. So, somewhat negative news has been coming out before attempting to put a positive spin on things by conversely noting, but if you look at the past 5 years, 5 years ago, live service games was almost non existent for the PlayStation studios. We have Helldivers 2, MLB The Show, Gran Turismo 7, and Bungie's Destiny 2, so we have these four live service titles contributing to sales and profits in a stable manner, said the CFO. For Q1, live service ratio was about 40%. For the full year, it was a little less, probably between 20% to 30%. Closing out her answer, Tao ultimately argued, so in terms of the transformation, it's not entirely going smoothly, but from a longer term perspective, if you look at changes over 5 years, you see that there has definitely been a change. Yes, but most players, including myself, we don't want these live service games. We want single player experiences that don't require us to be online 24/7 just to play the game.
Hey, what's wrong with 24/7? He's a good guy.
Not talking about 24/7 Fusion Media, Baird.
Oh, okay. Okay.
If I was, then he'd come here and say, Pacific, I'm gonna blow this shit up.
I was listening to you, and I'm here to blow this shit up. And yeah. By the way, hi, ladies.
As previously reported in 2022, the company announced their intention to launch a total of 12 live service games by the end of their fiscal year 2025. However, this outlook would later be cut down to just 6, with related entries in The Last of Us, Marvel's Spider-Man, and Twisted Metal franchise being among the handful that were given the proverbial axe. Fast forward to the start of this year, and not only have 2 of these 6 games, the hero shooter disaster known as Concord and the Splatoon at Home Foam Stars, already been shut down, but Sony has also already canceled another pair of in development live service titles, including one centered around the God of War universe. Well, if you have to keep shutting these games down, then guess what? Maybe you should get the message that this is not what your audience wants, your paying customers want. And let me just check here. All right. Baron's going to be right back. And Jet Spark says, I stopped caring about Sony's games after they ruined Horizon's sequel and made her lesbian. I'd never played the first one. Okay, it says, interestingly, while current Sony and PlayStation leadership dug the live service hole and possibly grave, only time will tell. There are now in former PlayStation president Shuei Yoshida knew from the jump that such a move was a bad idea. I'm sure they knew it was risky, opined Yoshida during a January appearance on the kind of funny Gamecast. The chance of a game being successful in this hugely competitive genre would be small. However, the company, knowing the risk, gave Herman Holst, the current CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment, the resources and chance to try it. I think that's the way they did it. So, in my mind, that's great, and hopefully, some games will become successful. I hope that this strategy will work in the end, he added. If I was in the Herman's position, probably I would have tried to resist that direction. Maybe that's one of the reasons they removed me from the first party. And that's it for the story. I think it's the fact that Sony has lost touch with what their customer base wants, what gamers particularly want. How many of us here want to depend on our internet connection just so we can play a campaign in a game, play a story in a game?
Not me.
No. And Shane says consoles are dead. PC, master race. PC has always been the master race. And I'm sorry, Sony, but you bit off more than you could chew of these live service games that a lot of people have no interest in. Save for Helldivers 2, but even that had problems. Remember, Baron? I couldn't connect to you. I couldn't connect to Kat. I couldn't connect
Yeah.
to a few other people when we tried to play together.
Yeah, you'd pop in and then disappear, or you couldn't even get in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it sucked.
Yeah. Now, a few months ago, I did play with Shane and
Mhm.
Duz and Wolvie, and was able to get into a game finally. But that was after a year and a half of trying.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, if they don't think that offline single player games are dead, are not desired, then why are these indies doing so well with games like Contraband Police, our Police Simulator, our Tavern Manager? These games are, some of them are still in the early access phase, or some of them are already out there, but they're buying them, they're playing them. So yeah, some you can do co-op with, but like Police Simulator, you can have a second person join you, but you don't have to, and you're not required to be online for it. So, where is this that no one wants those games? Why is it that I'm watching people play like low spec Linux gaming? The other night there, he was playing the one Lara Croft game, a single player. I mean, obviously, no one would want that, right? Yeah, right. So don't tell me is what's upsetting to them is they're trying to guide you into something that they want you to be interested in, and you're not, but they're still going to try to force it until you finally accept it. And there's still too many gamers out there that aren't, which is why.
Honestly, I don't think there's anything wrong with a company trying a new approach to games and trying to, entice your fan base. Hey, try this new live service game and see if you like it. But start with one and see how that one goes before you start releasing multiple games each year that people have to sign an end user license agreement, have to sign up for a Sony account if they don't have one.
Yep.
And force it upon them. Don't force it upon them. Give them the option.
Which again shows you the fact that they're trying to manipulate or force you into something, and nobody likes that. I know I don't like it. Right?
Don't like it.
And these co-op games are fine and fun. I'm not saying we shouldn't have them, but there's a balance. And like Space Marine 2, you can have the campaign mode, or you can go out there and blast away at each other. I mean,
even in the original Space Marine, you can join up with friends, or you can take it solo to fight.
Amen to that. Amen to that. So, just look at the failures that you've had. See some of the reasons behind, whether it's basically poor design across the board, or it's like, really? One of these days, to everybody's shock, Fortnite, almost overnight, no one will have interest in. That fad will go away. Yeah, there'll be still people that want to do it, but it's like, they'll be bored with it, as well as basically the hordes of these similar games like that, where always online, always having to play with other people is going to get boring. It's either the fact that
keep talking, because I'll go ahead and bring up our next article here without the segue, because you brought up a good point. People will lose interest in games, but not for the reason that this article is talking about. They'll lose interest in Marvel Rivals because of the way the matchmaking is anymore.
Oh, yeah, that's the other thing, too. I mean, that was my complaint about Space Marine 2 and their matchmaking. You'd have one team with a bunch of heavy hitters and the other team not so. And it's like, oh, great. We have our characters that, are low level, which means we're not as far along compared to all these pros. Gee, I wonder who's going to
win. Take a guess.
Could it be Satan?
You might as well say that. But Marvel Rivals directors responds to Gooner Game accusation, saying the majority of players like sexy skins.
What's Gooner Games? I mean, Gooner Game. I'm just curious. I've heard it popping up lately.
Here. I'll get the definitive explanation of what a gooner is. It's one of those terms that is picked up some trend lately where
Okay, it's got to be new because I mean, when I hear it, I think of the Goonies.
Goonies never say die.
That's true.
All right.
Well.
Now, according to this site, the term gooner has become popular slang on social media, but its meaning can be confusing as it varies depending on your location. Thanks to Anne Hathaway, the term schooner and gooning are going viral on social media. Although they've been around for some time, the phrases kicked off in April of 2024 after an ex post from British news outlet The Guardian labeled the Hollywood star as a secret gooner. Okay.
Oh, okay. Go back to those.
Gooner definitions explained.
Mm-hmm.
For the uninitiated, the word gooning has a pretty naughty meaning in America and in general online slang.
Okay.
We'll spare you most of the details, but it generally refers to someone who enjoys a prolonged edging session, as explained in one of the first recorded definitions of the word from the Urban Dictionary from February of 2012. Over the ensuing 12 years, the word gooning has picked up popularity. Its definition, in particular, has become somewhat of a meme, as seen when YouTubers, the Game Grumps, couldn't contain their laughter reading it out loud during a video in 2023. It says other major YouTubers. Just give us the definition. No disrespect. No disrespect to those other YouTubers. Are doing their thing. We're doing ours, but we're just here to get the explanation. So let me just get down to where it says, according to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, the term can also refer to a stupid person as well as a man hired to terrorize or eliminate opponents. So while goon might have a few different definitions, the context of the situation and where you're located might help to inform someone means when they use it. Although, thanks to the internet, the phrase has taken on an entirely different meaning. So we'll get into this article. Hopefully, this article gets a little bit more detailed into that term. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I like looking at sexy women in video games. Why do you think I played Lara Croft Tomb Raider?
You know what I gotta say about that though is
very interesting, but stupid.
I mean, there's no definitive meaning behind it. Obviously, if it's that wide range. So let's see what they have to use it for in this.
And Shane has a point here. Sexy skins. Yes, he hearts that. Stop making Marvel costumes Chinese. You know why they're making it Chinese? Because it's a Chinese-based company that's making the game. So it's going to be heavily influenced by those developers working on the game in that country.
I want North Korean skins. Damn it.
Well, then go to North Korea.
Well, I'm sure some of the design kit is from North Korea. All hail cheerleader.
And it says, rather than paying any mind to those more annoyingly puritanical sections of the internet that have written off Marvel Rivals characters designs, in particular those belonging to its female roster picks like Psylocke and Squirrel Girl, as nothing more than disgusting pervert gooner bait, game director Gun Chen, or as I did the last time we had an article with his name, and I'll just refer to him as Mr. Chen, has instead chosen to focus his attention on those who have chosen to enjoy them. As he should. As he should.
Pervert gooner bait? Okay. Now, guilty as charged. Huh? Pervert gooner, then, yeah, I'm there. Right there.
Chen provided his thoughts on the hero shooter's risky reputation during a recent interview given to the aptly named Rivals Assemble fan news outlet during the Marvel Rivals mid-season mid-season Ignite tournament, as recently held from August 6th to the 10th in China.
I'm shocked.
All right. So it says, met at the top of their time together with a request for details regarding his team's design process. The director explained, when we were making Marvel Rivals, especially when creating the heroes, we really focused on how to bring their abilities of Marvel superheroes into the game so that the players could truly experience the joy of embodying the superhero. So in our design process, we always started from the unique traits and characteristics of each superhero. From there, we designed the hero's skill set, then moved on to the white box stage, essentially a prototype test. Then we proceeded with art support and production. Finally, we integrated everything together and went through a very detailed polishing phase before arriving at the version of the game players see today.
I know
Just
her
let us
skill.
know.
I know her skill is mesmerizing bouquet.
Actually, that'd be Sue Storm.
Oh, really? Well, I like Squirrel Girl. She's in her thighs.
Next, Rivals Assembled inquired with Chen as to what the dev team's general hero development cycle looked like, to which the director openly and lengthy recap by recalling, first we decide on the hero roster. This starts with looking at the season we're planning. We'll have discussions about the season story, like which location will it focus on, and what kind of story will unfold between certain heroes. Within that storyline, we figure out which heroes would be a good fit to appear, and then have in-depth discussions with the Marvel team, and only after that do we finalize the hero roster. Once that's decided, we move on to designing the heroes themselves. And there you see Sue Storm.
Mm. Well, there's more than bouquet that's mesmerizing there.
Our design team will first study the hero in depth, learning all the different aspects of their background and traits. Based on that, we create fun and engaging ability combinations. After that, we make a prototype to test those abilities. If the overall gameplay feels both feasible and fun, we start producing art assets for the hero. This stage takes quite a while. It usually takes quite a long time to produce the art assets. Once they're completed, we'll integrate all the abilities into those assets and fine tune everything to make sure it feels right. Then we'd release. Before release, we do extensive internal balance testing, both within our design team and with top level players inside the company. We make sure the hero is balanced and still fun to play, except when other players are cheating, and then that really gets frustrating. Only when all that checks out, once the hero is both fun and well balanced, we'll finally release it to the broader player base. Okay, well, why don't you release all these skins? I'd be happy. And go ahead and say what you want about me, but I'd be happy if there were alternative skins of all these characters.
Boobies, booties, boobies and booties.
I think of all of them, I like Rogue.
Really? Yeah. Well, you know, it's the extra color here too helps. I like that. You know, just like Tulsi Gabbard, how she has that one streak of gray or white. It's like, yeah, that is like, I don't know. I like that.
All right, it says in their final design related question, the news outlet directly asked Jade, how do you guys respond to people calling Marvel Rivals a gooner game? Taking the question in stride, the director asserted, because our design, as mentioned earlier, and inspired by classic comic themes, including some very outstanding skins like Mantis and also Psylocke's Vengeance outfit, these all come from classic comic designs. We take those classic comic designs and create some more fashionable designs based on them to gain players' appreciation. I think this also reflects the broad recognition from our players. As mentioned earlier with Squirrel Girl and the Karaka resort skin, which is itself. Sorry, I gotta adjust in my chair. Which is itself a reference to Sabrina Carpenter's Espresso music video. These are actually designs based on real world themes and the season storyline. For designs like these, we try our best to integrate the storylines from the season, including elements from Krakoa. Sorry, I don't know why I said Karaka before, but it's Krakoa.
Karaka! That's
I like that name better.
That should be our battle cry here. Karaka! Welcome to Pop Talk.
Karaka means welcome.
Yes, in our language.
Yes.
What is your language? Oh, Gooner. I don't know.
And also blend some popular elements from real life. We create new designs based on that. I'm very grateful. These designs have been well received by the majority of players. And there's Squirrel Girl in her summer outfit.
She looks squirrely.
So yeah, just because there's a small portion whining and crying about the female characters, and maybe to a certain extent the male characters looking sexy, they're gonna screech about it.
Oh, I don't think anything about the male characters.
I mean, look at Emma Frost here. I do like that costume.
I wonder why. I like it too.
I don't think I have to explain why I like it.
Mm-hmm. No, I'll bet you dime the donuts here that there's no complaints about the male characters at all. Yeah. Not a thing. Because usually that's how it is. It's always complaining about how the women look. They don't give a shit about the men. And us men, we don't care. It's like we take a look at it going, damn, I'd like to look at that and all that. It's like, way to go, brother, and that's about it. And we don't have that angst that, oh my God, they're making their desire to make me look like that, which not the case. It's called fantasy. I mean, if one
it's a comic book, none of these characters are real. It's a world that doesn't exist.
Right. You get excited over Fabio. We get excited over Linda Carter. Okay. It's like, hey, tit for tat. You got all your little sex symbols. They happen to be men. They have the crank down there and all that stuff, or should. And that's fine. It's like, we have that. So it's not even men. It's all aimed at the women. It's usually the same vocal group. It's a bunch of women who can't get laid. The blue-haired land whales and such like that are out there doing their uneducated whale song, or whale farts, I should say, more, complaining about this. And it's like, do we really need to listen to these? Well, basically, let's just put it this way: they're female incels.
And we don't need to listen to anybody that whines and cries about these just because of their own insecurity. It's like, if you're that insecure, then maybe you need to look into yourself and work on yourself to improve yourself.
Right. I mean, when you got the shape and size of a Goodyear blimp, and of course, then you got all the advertising, aka all the random BS tattoos that make no sense. And if you're a little bit smaller, you look like a NASCAR with all the sponsorship. maybe you should have thought things out instead of going out there and just blindly getting those. Have a tattoo that has meaning in the fact that for a whim, oh, I'll do Harry Potter. Oh my God, J.K. Rowling is so horrible. What am I going to do now? And looking at your 399 pounds. Well, here's a ticket to the fat farm or to Planet Fatness. Or whatever. But the thing is the improvement has to come from within.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, screw body positively. Quit trying to tell me that this is healthy. It's not. But, coming to an understanding of what you are and the options that you have to either stay the way you are or to actually commit to something, which these people don't have. So again, these are the miserable people that want to drag you down into their own personal hell, if not even more, and they think that's going to make them feel better. And they hate the fact that there's somebody out there that will catch the eye of somebody over them. Well, I got news for you. It's more than just skin. It's what's underneath the skin. And if you're a horrible human being, nobody wants to put up with you except for your little pod of fellow land whales that are miserable human beings. And you're trying to one up each other on how to be miserable and spread that being miserable and forcing your fantasies, your angst, everything like that on the rest of the world. So, screw them. And these people, well, sorry, I should have done, these people there that take what they tweet serious and to heart, and oh my God, we got to change everything. Like we're talking about that Czech company. I guess their big caving is all profits going to go to transgender groups because of the again the pinheaded land whale incels and soy boy cucks that were going, oh my God, it's horrible. J.K. Rowling, she's, well, he's not here. Someone had to, these people. So
He's got the invite. He can show up whenever.
Cash, who? But yeah, quit listening to them unless you're mocking them. They deserve full-fledged mocking, just like American Eagle did. Their apology was full-on mocking. Why? Well, there's the First Amendment for one and two. They deserve it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, at least with American Eagle, they're like, okay, go ahead, complain. You're not going to stop our ad campaign.
Well, that's just it. They went in with eyes wide open. They knew this was going to cause all this and all the advertising they got. Of course, the twat waffles are going, the business has dropped. It has dropped going at American Eagle. See, it's not working. Yeah, the reason why they dropped is they ran out of stock.
Mm-hmm.
So, of course, if you don't have the stock because it's all got sold out, it's going to drop until they get more stock. It was too perfect for a campaign. Too perfect.
Yep. Well, I do have something here. We do finally have the weekend box office, but one final note. Again, I'm going to reiterate what I've already said. If you're not happy with yourself, work to improve yourself for the better so that you can be happy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm no medical professional, but even I know if I want to change things, then I have to make the first step.
Human nature. That's what it is. It's being human. And, we got to all know our weaknesses, our limitations. Just like you hear me say, we all got to know our limitations. So, and not be angst about it, but okay, now I can focus my energy somewhere else. So, you said we're going to the box office?
We are going to the box office, not box office
great.
mojo.
Now comes the part where we throw our heads back and laugh. Ready?
Ready!
It's not Box Office Mojo. They've dropped the ball once again. They don't have the numbers up, but I have found
I'm shocked.
weekends box office. So here we go. And then we'll get into our main story. And with our main story, there's actually a story before it, but it all ties together.
It all comes together.
So here we go. All right, this comes from UPI. I've never heard of them before, but
You never heard of UPI? United Press International. Them and the AP. Those were always the two go-tos for the general news thing. So they're basically just a different branch that's AP.
Kind of figured that.
I haven't heard the name UPI in a long time.
Well, they're the ones that have our weekend box office. And it says here, Julia Gardner's Weapons is the #1 movie in North America for the second weekend, earning an additional $25 million in receipts this Friday through Sunday. Box Office Mojo announced, well, why don't they have their website updated? I've been refreshing it. They don't have it updated.
So this weekend is $25 million they made. That's pathetic. Yeah. That's pathetic.
Yeah, it's nothing to really write home about. Now let me check over at Box Office Mojo again. Yeah, they still have the latest weekend being last weekend.
And we don't know the worldwide take either, so.
Yeah, and well, let me refresh it one more time on Box Office Mojo, because I want, folks, I want to get the full details. I want to find out the domestic. I want to find out the international. And now they finally got it up. Jeez.
Yay! Because you were talking about it. They go, oh shit, Mike's talking about. Oh, okay, quick, hit the button.
All right. So now on Box Office Mojo, we have this weekend's numbers. Weapons had 25 million. That's the #1 movie. And that's pathetic for the summer, but I will look and see what the budget for Weapons was, because as you can see, it's already made 89 million domestically and 59 million internationally for 148 million. So let me type into my handy dandy computer here.
But you would think that the #1 film during the summer season, right? Especially now we're coming towards the end of it, would be making more money than that. You know what I mean? 24 is not a good number to see at #1. Not a swipe against the movie. I'm just saying in general.
Yet, this movie, and I'll go ahead and show everybody.
He's going to show us, folks. Show and tell.
It had a production budget of 38 million.
And the advertising budget of diddly over squat, because I never heard about it.
No, I didn't hear about it either. It even says here that the movie would have to make 90 to 100 million at the global box office to break even. Well, let's go back to Box Office Mojo here, and you have seen that it's made a little bit of money back. It's made
at least 48 million.
Yeah.
It depends on what the budget was. We saw that 38 million. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a good roll.
So I mean that's not bad.
Yeah,
I haven't seen any advertising for it, and you think I would have at some point, especially when you go to YouTube or even go to X. You think you would have seen some advertisement for it, but that's also a problem with Hollywood now. They barely advertise these films that are going out.
Yeah, they advertise the films that don't need the advertising. But you would have thought you would have saw that at the preview festival that you went to.
I didn't even see it then.
I know you would have
Back
thought
in
it was in there. Yeah.
And then here's Anonymous's favorite movie, Freakier Friday. That's made $14.5 million for this weekend, with a domestic total of $54,776,000 and $31 million internationally for $86 million globally. Now let's find out what its budget was.
Yeah, Disney, I guess, is looking at this as a flop, so it'd be interesting to see.
Well, I don't think Lindsay Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis are the box office draws that they used to be.
No, well, yeah, I mean, thinking that Lindsay Lohan is going to be a draw in, and maybe Jamie Lee Curtis to a point, but she's been going out there acting like a bit of a twat waffle lately. So again, that turns people off.
And the budget for Freakier Friday, and I'll share it with everybody. $42 million. So, getting back to Box Office Mojo.
Because it's all they got, Animas.
And Shane does have a point. Google advertising is destroying capitalism.
Mm-hmm.
And you're absolutely right, Baron. That's all they got. But I'm going to also try to find out Freakier Friday's marketing budget. Because you have to factor both its production budget and marketing budget into it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, 86 right now, that's not doing so hot. I mean, honestly, it's a film about a dried out, probably has a bunch of joint sore woman who body swaps into Jamie Lee Curtis and vice versa.
Let's see.
See what I did there? Oh boy!
I see what you did there. I'm just trying to find out what the marketing budget was for Freaker Friday, just to have a better roundabout figure. Yes, we know the domestic and international. I want to know the production budget.
They don't like having that information out. Let's just put that out. Just see that.
Production budget and marketing budget. It only has a production budget of $42 million. It's not giving me the marketing budget on the numbers. I want the marketing budget.
But just right now, it's not it's not what they were expecting. They wanted more, probably.
No,
because
let's say its marketing budget was around $20 million.
Mm-hmm.
$86 million still isn't enough to break even.
Mm-hmm.
You would think.
Really
if I'm wrong, please correct me. And nobody too. Like I said, you'll find out my full thoughts on it in the video for tomorrow. But I thought it was good. I just don't think it was as good as the first one. But even it only made $14 million in total, and its total production budget was, let's find out.
But still, though, that's pathetic, those numbers.
Yeah.
Even if it has an incredibly low budget, which, I'm not saying it has a huge budget, but it's not going to be that low of a budget.
No. It's still going to be up there to a certain extent, I would think.
Yeah, I would say my guess, before you say anything, my guess would be 30 to 35. Oh, 25 million. Oh, yep. I went high. Even then, that's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for them to roll.
Yeah,
It
especially
really is.
when we take a look at this number again. It's only made 14 million worldwide. That means it's got to be word of mouth that gets people to actually go and see it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I've seen advertising for this, so
Yeah,
uh,
I have too.
mhm. And basically, what they need to do is they need to send this right away to a streaming service and see it ties in with the TV show that they're working on.
Yes, James Gunn route, but and
Gunning it.
I'm not even using this as an excuse because 3,260 theaters should still be enough to rake in a good amount.
Right. I mean, that's a lot of theaters still. That's still a lot of theaters. That many theaters are still bringing a chunk of change. Uh, what animosity in there is
Movie fatigue, yeah. And I think that's part of it, Anonymous, and a
yeah,
lot of that has to do with the fact that we're not getting good stories
right.
in these movies.
You'd think nobody too might have a little bit more of a leap though with the first film. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's already excuse me. It's already got a name behind it. So why didn't that help it? Uh, that's the question.
Mhm.
We already knew what the first one was like, and it looked like the second one. I mean, you haven't had it. I'm just going by what we saw for the trailers. Was going to be just as much of a wild ride. So that you would think, hey, that's going to bring people in. Why didn't it? Um, Superman and Fantastic Four. Yeah, you can hit movie fatigue or super or movie fatigue, but really the big fatigue is tired of subpar high buck movies
Mhm.
that are soulless. It's soulless movies.
And Anonymous is tired of taking the chance on getting a good movie or crap. Everything
Mhm.
costs too much to be a waste of money on the off chance it's good. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the
you're
thing
absolutely
people have
right.
to factor into because it's expensive to go out. You have to pay for gas too to get to the movies.
And not everybody has fully recovered from Bidenomics. We're still coming out of that. We're better off, but still, we have to still mind our P's and Q's and build up our budgets again after what we faced. But it's getting better. And of course, the thing is, it's getting better for us. They're raising their prices. So again, it's like, we take a step and they take 3 steps ahead of us. So what does that inspire? And then they do we're going to go and put it on streaming because, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. And then you take a look at the price of the rental, $25. Yeah, cheaper than going to the theater, but still, it's $25.
Yeah,
That's still a chunk of change.
that's why I wait until it's been a couple of months because usually by a couple of months, places like
Uh,
Amazon will lower that rental price.
yeah, they want to get people impulsive, and I don't think there's going to be that many people impulsive. They have either seen it or they're like you, Mike, and me. It's like, oh, no, we're not going to go for that price. We'll wait a little bit. We're not that,
Mhm.
we're curious, but we're not that curious. So, yeah, they got to get their heads out of their asses too. It's price fatigue as well. Uh, there was a time seeing a bad movie was still a fun experience, and that's not even good no more because the
No.
bad films are so atrocious now. You can't even riff them. You really can't even riff them. Uh,
Although I
like,
have a feeling we're going to be able to riff the 2025 Toxic Avenger. No problem.
oh God, that is gonna be. Oh God, how bad is that gonna be? Especially with Peter Dink Dink, Dink 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 in there. I mean, oh God, the Toxic Dwarf. That's what they should call it. The Toxic Dwarf. He was the eighth dwarf. He was the one that was part of that accident, and they tossed aside, and now he's traveling through the world and being toxic. There we go. We got a good backstory for the new Toxic Avenger. It's the 8th dwarf.
The dwarf not spoken of.
Yeah.
And fantastic flop.
8.8. Where are we at? Oh my God. They're not going to make it to half. They're not going to make the 500.
No, they're not.
No. Especially after a 64% drop off from first week to second week. And then them trying to tell us, and I'm talking about even the press. Well, yeah, that's kind of a normal thing. You shouldn't look at that for anything, there's that drop. No, that's too big of a drop off. That's. So Disney are going to put that on Disney Plus here soon?
Probably. I mean, well, let's face it. When I said it was better than the last Ant-Man movie and Captain America: Brave New World, that wasn't saying much.
Hey, but it's saving Disney. Yeah, it's Fantastic Four first steps. It's saving Disney and it's saving Marvel. It's the savior film that we've been waiting for.
Darren, I already told you. It's not the savior of Marvel. I told you on Discord it's not the savior of Marvel.
I know. I'm just being sarcastic. I'm just being 100% sarcastic because it deserves it. They were looking at it as that.
Mm-hmm.
No, what they needed to do is they needed to cast Peter Dinklage as Herbie. That's their big problem. If they would have cast Peter Dinklage as Herbie, it'd be close to $1 billion now.
You did. You did, Shane. You did mention it.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't forgotten.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I think we all kind of.
Just like they flubbed the numbers for Captain Marvel.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're notorious for flubbing their numbers, especially when they got caught. And I don't know why the hammer didn't come down on them.
It should have.
Big time. And the same thing with the investors. I mean, they should come down a banhammer. And I'm not saying they're going to do it because of the fact that they're aligned. It's the fact that they got caught and it's going to hurt them even more. That's how they think. So,
And then we have the bad guys too. And this is what it's made total. And let me just get back to this weekend's total. $7.5 million. Yeah, that's not anything to write home about. Bad guys.
No. Mm-hmm. Doing better overseas.
Yeah. And let's find out what its production budget was. Just out of curiosity.
I can't wait to use that film for my AI work. I can't wait. They'll accuse me, hey, you stole our stuff to do that. And no one will believe them because it's like, why would anybody take your loser shit and do something with it?
So this is what it's saying on Bing. $80 million was its production budget. Going back over here to Box Office Mojo. It's made $117 million, but
it's going to need a little more before it's considered,
Mm-hmm.
But it's not going to be a success. Yeah, it's not going to be. These aren't success numbers. Analysts, honestly, are you shocked? Of course, he'd go to a film called Dwarf. What happened was he was probably stepping out of a restaurant that has high chairs after a good meal. And he's walking down, he got yanked into an alley, and there was a bunch of midget dwarfs and other actors. They were all pissed off at him, gave him one over, and now it's like, okay, I'll do this dwarf film. How's that sound? Okay. Yeah. It's a good start, dink. That's what happened.
But yeah, unfortunately, I can't find the marketing budget because that's not coming up for Bad Guys 2, but
animated film usually has has a little bit, motion picture, but if they do it right, it shouldn't be outlandish.
No, I wouldn't think so.
And it depends on how much CGI.
Mm-hmm. And James Gunn's Super Duper Man.
That's what Marvel called, not Marvel, but that's what Mad called Superman back in the day. Super Duper Man.
Yeah, there you see it, folks. 5.2 million. Yeah, everybody's flocking to the theaters to go see it.
It's saving Warner Brothers and DC. This is the thing this is it. They're saved. They're saved. Oh, thank God, Jimmy Gunn.
No, sorry. Hate to break it to you, Baron, but they're not saved.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the point. That story we read, or I read, I should say, because I'm good. And those numbers right there, yeah. And I wonder,
not even at 600 million yet. If people were really interested in seeing James Gunn's Superman, you'd think it would already be at 600 million.
Right. Actually, I would say that it should be coming close to knocking at the $1 billion.
Yeah. It's
$1 billion. Yeah. But no, it's yeah. Actually, it's doing a little better than I thought it would be. I rated lower than what that is. I thought they would be lucky if they had 500 or even a little bit more. No.
And here's CBR's favorite movie.
Oh, God help me.
The Naked Gun. The Naked freaking Gun.
This movie's saving comedy. That's saving comedy. Yeah. I mean, we looked at that story before we came on. It's like this and Happy Gilmore 2, the saviors of comedy.
Only 4.8 million for this weekend.
Actually, that's not the biggest laugh. I guess it is good for one of the best comedies. That's making me laugh pretty good.
41 million total domestically and 30 million internationally for this number right down here that you see below. So again, I will look at its production budget one more time.
Da-da, da-da, da-da,
da-da, da-da, da-da, da-da, da-da, da-da, da-da, da-da,
in color. I would open up like a Quinn Martin Police Squad in color. It's like and then it started going in stereo. We're available.
Nothing to see here because we're going to cancel the series and make the movie.
Yeah. What? They made 6 episodes, only 4 aired. One of the biggest stupid mistakes that ABC television did because
so Seth MacFarlane's Naked Gun had a $42 million production budget. And I'll show everybody what I'm looking at. So that's the information right here. Now let's find out the marketing budget. So I'll switch it back to Box Office Mojo.
Hey, Seth, you suck. Do a little baseball razzing there.
I mean, even Family Guy's not as funny as it used to be.
Oh, it hasn't been funny for a long time. And basically with him becoming so full of himself and then bringing in people who are, I don't know, just not talented. I mean, I'm not going to be afraid to say it. He's bringing in people who are not talented or not caring enough. He doesn't care. He's got his pound of flesh. He's getting money. That's all he cares about. I mean, don't get me wrong. He should be liking getting money, but at least, work for it. I don't understand anybody who's watching Family Guy no more. And, be honest with you, to a point, same thing with The Simpsons. Both shows long past their prime. Long past their prime.
I've been saying for a while The Simpsons should have been canceled a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. It should have. And the thing is, I thought I like Family Guy better than The Simpsons back in the day. Which is why I got the at that time, the entire series DVD set. I was one of those to help bring the show back the first time, and uh, and it just disappoints me at the stage they're at. And
Mhm.
I could tell the moment they came back, the quality was dropping even then. It wasn't quite horrendous, but it's like, kind of missing some marks here. But okay, but we'll stick with
It,
it.
it was still watchable.
Yeah, exactly.
The only information I'm getting right now is its production budget, not
Mm.
including the marketing budget. So you would think this movie. I'm just going to put a roundabout figure. I don't know if this is true,
Mhm.
but you would think the movie would at least have to make 100 million to even be considered a success.
Yeah, it's not going to get there. It'll be on streaming service tomorrow. I mean, it goes back also to Seth. Before these idiots became so insular and arrogant, that there was a time that Seth MacFarlane took a chance and had Rush Limbaugh on Family Guy, right?
Mhm.
Obviously, they don't see eye to eye on stuff, but they had a grand old time. They did the episode and all that. It got a lot of viewers, obviously, because of the popularity of both.
Yeah.
But you don't have that no more. You can't. They've demonized the other side so bad. I'm surprised you didn't destroy all copies of the Rush Limbaugh episode.
And you could consider Jurassic World Rebirth a success. We've already looked at it
Yeah.
last week with its production budget and everything. But look,
And you know who helped that out? Padawan.
ScarJo.
All the time.
ScarJo. She still has the ability to draw an audience.
No, it's Padawannabe. All the times he went back and saw it. I mean, they're almost going to put a retroactive producer credit on the film because of that.
Yeah, we've got to make sure we put the Padawannabe's name in here. He helped.
Mm-hmm. And you know why? ScarJo. So yeah, I mean, it all comes back to ScarJo.
She still has a name. She still draws. I mean,
Yeah. Now. My bitter party of one. Bitter party of one. No, I'm kidding, Tree Rock. I'm
he's just straight and to the point.
So I like that. Yeah, I like that. I mean, no pussyfooting around. It's like boom, right there. Well, how many of those books were written by Crichton? I know he wrote the first one.
I know he helped with the script for The Lost World.
Yeah. Right. But, they're talking, Rorong's talking about the books. And was it only the first one that he wrote? I don't know.
And F1 has done well for itself. It's still a movie I'd like to see.
Yeah, same here. Maybe a movie party or whatever. And I can't wait for FU to come out, the sequel.
Yeah. F14, yeah. F15, F18.
F47.
But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to FU like you.
Yeah.
FU,
I see it
the
enough.
movie.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. That'd be a great comedy if you could get someone that
would.
could actually write it.
Well, I mean, Blake Edwards with SOB, son of bitch, son of the bitch.
I know.
So why can't you have FU the movie? I'm down with it.
And I haven't even heard about this movie. Cooley.
Cooley?
Yeah.
What the hell? What's the question?
I don't know. I'm looking it up.
Okay.
See who's in it and everything. It's like, hi.
Close to 2.5 million domestic, nothing international. Interesting.
Let's see. I'll just go to Wikipedia. I know Wikipedia is a site where anybody can write anything.
But sometimes typical stuff that you usually read on, the actors and all that.
It's an Indian movie.
Oh, okay.
Action thriller, and Yeah, it's under Some Pictures. The film features an ensemble cast. The film was officially announced in September 2023, and it's about the. Well, I can't really say it because unfortunately I can't speak the language, but it's about a smuggler,
Huh.
and the smuggler runs an operations for trafficking gold and luxury watches with his lieutenant. He
So?
rejects his family business of crime and becomes a customs officer. An undercover cop posing as a coolie is killed, and then officers of Grove reward for, get a reward for exposing another undercover officer in the gang. Okay, so it's an undercover film. That's what it sounds like.
With great dance scenes.
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, so it's a Bollywood film, right? So, someone gets off and they go into this dance routine and all that. Yeah, I mean, there we go. I mean, no, that's not feathers, right?
Yeah, and I don't even see a title for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. What the hell?
What about Catfest 2025?
Catfest 2025. I'm looking. Shin Godzilla made
There it is!
1.6
Cat
million.
Video Fest! There it is!
Yes! The cats! Here for the cats! $71,623. Yes!
Yeah! Woo!
Woo! Yeah, everybody! Come on!
Woo!
Come on, put a happy face in the chat for the cats. Come on!
Oh, that Cat Fest. I tell you what. Meow, 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 meow.
I mean, look at this. It's made 801,000 domestically, 173,000 internationally. It's almost made $1 million. $1 million for the cats. Yeah.
Yeah, it's doing better than Superman. Oh man.
Come on, Baron can't be the only one putting cat emojis in the chat, folks. Come on. You got to support the kitty cats.
Mouse P. Kitty approves this message. Furry. Just because I got a big beard does not make me a furry. It makes me Brian Blessed. That's what I am. I'm Brian Blessed. Golden's alive?
No. I don't have an avatar where I'm a furry, Shane.
I don't either.
I'm just happy that a cat movie is successful against all these behemoths.
Yeah, especially when I got Mouse P. Kitty, Lord Mouse, who is my boss. So yeah, if he's happy, I live. This makes him happy, so I live.
Call me a furry just because I'm supporting a cat movie for having some success. Those cats will be fed now. They won't become Chinese food.
Exactly. Or they'll be fed more so they can become Chinese food because you got to fatten them up a little bit. What, did I go to a dark area?
I'm a Klingon. How many times do I have to tell everybody? I'm a Klingon. That is my truth, Shane. I am a Klingon, a proud warrior of the Klingon Empire.
Mm-hmm.
Ready to go into battle at any moment for the honor of my house, for the honor of the Empire.
Yeah, I mean, for crying out loud, all the time that Mike took banging his head against the wall so he could have ridges on his forehead, honor his Klingon heritage.
Or, you know what? Sometimes when I don't identify as a Klingon, I see myself as Lando Malari. Asantari. Yes.
I would love to see you with hair like that.
I'm not growing my hair like that, Baron.
I would love to see you with hair like that. And of course, I'd like to see Cash, done up
Well,
like, you know.
but you will not see him done up like anything because he is a non, and he is not here because he is non.
Run away, run away, run away. We're Narns. We run away.
I haven't
This is
done
Barry
that
here.
on our channel in a while, but I did do my Londo impression on Friday when I joined Arwen and Steven on the VacTube.
Oh, you're in the vacuum. Cool.
Yeah. And shout out to Arwen and Steven and the whole VacTube crew.
Mm.
As we get into our main article, well,
What?
an article that goes along with the main article.
Woo!
But we need some context, so that's why this article is going first.
What?
Yes.
Ooh.
There it goes. There it goes. All right. We got this article from Cosmic Book News.
I think I know where this article came from. Get your ass in here, Cash, right now. You read this one.
No, this is what I found.
That was, I thought Cash was pushing one of those around.
No.
Maybe it was
I haven't seen Cash. I don't know where Cash is at.
I don't know. He's in one of the other Discord. He doesn't like us no more. I think that's what.
No.
He's Mr. Hollywood.
We're not cool. Yeah, I've never been cool. I don't want to be cool.
Yeah, ever since he traded spots with George Clooney and was living with J-Lo for a while, it's just he hasn't been.
I thought it was Ben Affleck he traded spots.
Oh, with. Ben Affleck. I mean, sorry, I lose track. You know, those two kind of have similar looks, in my opinion. I don't know. All you humans look alike, but yeah, Ben Affleck. Yeah, Matt Damon. No, you don't want any time with her. Matt Damon. No, you don't want J-Ho. Trust me.
All right, so this article was originally posted on Thursday, August 7th. It's by Matt McGlowan.
Matt!
And it says Skydance and Paramount finalized merger, form new Paramount Media Company. Paramount, a Skydance corporation.
Hey, well, at least they kept Paramount prominent because, really, that's such a lit.
They could have gotten rid of the whole Paramount name and just replaced it with Skydance.
Right. But the thing is Paramount is such a powerful legacy name in Hollywood. Remember when they had their 75th anniversary? I think it was around the time that Star Trek 4 came out or whatever. So you saw the Paramount logo and it had the 75 years underneath it. Of course, I'm sure it got ruined because of Disney, but the opening of Raiders of the Lost Ark, where the Paramount symbol turns into the mountain that Indy's looking at. I mean, it's just...
No, if you watch the original 4, yes, I am including Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I know how we all feel about it, but when it goes into the transition, it still goes into the Paramount Mountain.
Oh, okay, cool. Hey, Lady Miss!
Even Dial of Density, even that still went into the Paramount.
Wow. Okay. Because
Mountain.
Indiana Jones: The Temple of Doom. I think the Paramount logo turned into the gong during the dance routine. I can't remember. I know we just saw it not too long ago, but Last Crusade. But yeah, I mean, it was always neat how they did that. I mean, that's how powerful. I mean, of course, need to say classic Star Trek and other, Paramount. Yeah, that name. It always pisses me off when they take over and then they get rid of that classic name that's been around for forever. Mm-hmm. And it's like for their little piss ant name. I mean, it'd be like if Jar Jar Abrams buys Lucasfilm from Disney and gets rid of Lucasfilm, just calls it Bad Robot.
Yeah.
Magic. Bad Robot Magic. It's like, yeah, get your egos in check, you morons.
And I do want to say hello to Lady Miss. It's good to see you on this Sunday. I hope your day has been going well.
I thought she left us. That's good to see.
No.
I
I'm
just-
sure it's been a busy day for her.
Mm.
And this article says Skydance Media and Paramount Global have officially completed their merger, forming a new company, Paramount, a Skydance corporation. The combined company begins trading Thursday under the NASDAQ ticker PSKY. I saw that and I'm going to read it that way. PSKY.
Listen to that Piscay. Listen to that Piscay. He thinks he's funny.
I do. I think I'm a funny guy sometimes, and then I realize
Oh, no.
you're not that funny, Mike.
No, I'm just saying though. It's like it's like you Piscays think I'm funny, huh? You think you Piscays? It's like doing a kind of oh, never mind. I think it fell flat. I tried.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Yeah, like that.
What, do you think I wasn't going to catch on, Baron? You think I'm that slow? What am I going to do with you?
No comment.
Yeah. That told me everything.
Yeah, I'm gonna do like the Biden team and plead the fifth.
Yeah, you jerk, you jackass.
Guilty as charged.
And Lady Miss says, yes, very busy this morning. Well, especially when you have to wrangle the dragons when they get loose.
Mm-hmm. Dragon
All right.
on the loose.
So it says, with backing from the Ellison family and Redbird Capital, the deal aims to reshape the future of the Paramount brand by combining its legacy entertainment assets with Skydance's tech-driven and content-rich approach. And there's David Ellison, the new CEO.
I thought it was Harlan Olsen.
No. David Ellison leads New Paramount. David Ellison, now chairman and CEO of the new company, said the focus will be on supporting creators, advancing technology, and delivering more content across platforms. Ellison described this moment as day one of a new Paramount, emphasizing the need to modernize operations and storytelling while respecting the company's legacy. Ellison
That's interesting.
Yeah, it is. Ellison said the company will, one, increase production of films, TV shows, sports, and games. Now, you got to keep in mind that they have helped with a lot of Paramount productions. Top Gun Maverick being one of them, the rebooted Star Trek movies being the others, and several more. So, the fact that they're going to do the full funding for their movies and it would seem not rely on any third parties for help is interesting.
I wonder if that goes down. Is that I'm assuming that's going for special effects too, so they won't be going to ILM like they used to.
Oh, and it says expand global streaming with Paramount Plus and Pluto TV. Well, Pluto TV has Paramount Plus. Get rid of it.
Yeah.
Consolidate tech platforms to reduce costs and speed up decision making. It says today marks an exciting and pivotal moment as we prepare to bring Paramount's legacy as a Hollywood institution into the future of entertainment. My vision is to honor exceptional storytelling while modernizing how we make and deliver content to support the world's top creative talent, enhance experiences for audiences worldwide, and create sustainable value for our shareholders, he said.
Now, this is interesting. These are some interesting words that you're hearing.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking about modernizing or bringing to today's whatever. They're talking about technology.
Yes. Because that is something that they strive in.
Right. But when it comes around to their content, they're not saying that. They're talking about respecting it. This is a lot of very different talk than what we're used to hearing.
Mm-hmm. And don't worry, the next story will give some more information on that content that Paramount has.
Mm-hmm.
Ellison added, "It is truly an honor and privilege to help lead this iconic brand into its next chapter. My experience at Skydance and across all levels of production has shown me what it takes to bring great stories to life, and just how powerful it is when visionary creators are supported by strong leadership and a clear mission. With a deep understanding of the industry and a strategic approach to growth, we will stay grounded in creative excellence, embrace cutting edge innovation, and continue delivering the entertainment, news, and sports experiences that connect with audiences worldwide. Together, we have the opportunity not only to shape Paramount's future, but also to play a meaningful role in where our industry is headed, and we can't wait to get started."
Mm-hmm.
The company is being restructured into three areas: studio, film, TV, animation, games, direct to consumer, streaming services, TV media, CBS, linear cable brands. Ellison says this will help the company be more agile, increase efficiency, and better serve audiences. Redbird Capital backing long term play. Redbird's Gary Cardinal said this merger reflects confidence in the potential of intellectual property and modern content production. Redbird has been working with Skydance since 2019 and will provide financial and strategic support. Our investment in Paramount and long term partnership with the Ellison family reflects our deep conviction in the value of world class intellectual property and the potential to unlock substantial growth as these businesses navigate technological. uh, Sorry, I got to clear my throat. Go ahead and take over, Baron.
Oh,
'Cause
okay.
I got to get some water.
Okay. Where do you leave off here? I'll just start from the top. Redbird's Gary Cardinale said this merger reflects confidence in the potential of intellectual property and modern content production. Redbird has been working with Skydance since 2019 and will provide financial and strategic support. Our investment in Paramount and long-term partnership with the Ellison family reflect on our deep conviction in the value of world-class intellectual property and the potential to unlock substantial growth as these businesses navigate technological discernment, whatever, I said that wrong. I'm not going to try. And evolving consumer prices. We've been collaborating with David Ellison for the last 15 years, and it made our first investment in Skydance in 2019. Over this period, we've seen the power of an owner-operator model that integrates technological sophistication with talent-friendly passion for producing great original content, said Cardinale. Cardinale added, "We have evaluated investing in this type of media and entertainment in Hollywood for the last 25 years. But it was only after our investment in Skydance that we began to develop tangible convictions around a performance-based approach to investing in diversified content production. The track record that David and his team at Skydance have established has prepared them for this opportunity, supported by our operating and investment team at Redbird. This is a transformative opportunity to embrace Paramount's 113-year-old legacy as one of the most iconic Hollywood institutions and help transition for." And there we go. And now I got that. Let me roll this down. Let me see if I can find that. Have to find 113 and I'll be right there. There we go. Hollywood institution and help transition it for today's evolving technological landscape. Streaming push, cost cuts coming. Okay, this is going to be interesting. And his message posted to the official Paramount website, Ellison went over more of the details. A Paramount Plus and Pluto TV will soon operate on the same tech stack. The company plans to cost cut, though, labor, real estate, and procurement reductions, a new unified tech patch, streamlined production, and licensing. The target is to exceed $2 billion with a B in real savings. Creative focus with tech support. A plan is to back creatives with tools, not replace them. Ellison pointed to tech like AI assisted localization, virtual production, and proprietary ad tech as ways to expand, reach, and improve output. Commitments across the board. And his letter also addressed key stakeholders. Employees promised transparency during restructuring. Viewers committed to improving entertainment, sports, and news offering. Creative partners offering strong collaborations and global amplification. Investors pledged long-term value and performance-driven strategy. Outlook and next steps. Paramount leadership will give more financial guidance during its Q3 earnings report. The merger is seen as a turning point for the company to compete in a fast-changing media industry. Moving forward, we will work with conviction and optimism to transform Paramount into a tech-forward company that blends the creative heart of Hollywood with the innovative spirit of Silicon Valley, Ellison wrote. By harnessing cutting-edge technologies to serve great storytelling, we will unlock the company's enormous potential.
And speaking of that enormous potential, this week they did lay out their plans, their vision for Paramount in the coming future. So we have this article from the Deadline where they explained some of their plans.
On a live line. That's what you should call themselves. Come on. Can't they, yeah.
No, Baron.
Horrible, I tell you. Horrible! Jesus.
There's that article again, and then here's the article from Deadline for those of you on YouTube and X. Here is the article from Deadline for anybody who might be lurking over on that side. And let me just get back to the right window. Okay. Paramount's...
Yeah, you should be on 11. You should be on 11. So make sure, you get back to the right window. Just trying to help.
Paramount's movie priorities under new Skydance owners include Top Gun 3, Star Trek, and more. Executives expound on vision. And I might even pull up another article that might have some information to, just depending on what this article has. And of course, refresh for updates as usual when this article was originally posted, but it says hours after the Skydance Paramount merger closed last week, the new studio leadership, led by co-chairs Greensein and Dana Goldberg, who also serves as vice chairs of platforms and chair of Paramount Television, respectively, sent a loud message to the town that they meant business. Closing a deal for the hot Timothy Chalamet, James Mangold package, High Side, which Deadline first told you about. Yeah. I want to know what they're going to do with something like Star Trek. Are they going to finally get rid of Kurtzman, or are they going to be stupid and keep him on? Because I want real Star Trek back.
Mm-hmm.
It was a bold move and a bolt of energy that told the town Paramount 2.0 wasn't looking to cut back on its upcoming feature slate, rather to make good on the promises made during merger talks. All of this was underscored this afternoon at a Los Angeles presser for the new Paramount. One of our biggest priorities is restoring Paramount as the number one studio for filmmakers and talent in the world. Paramount's new CEO, David Ellison, said today at the media gathering, "Great filmmakers make great movies. For us, we're going to strategically scale the amount of content for our streaming service as well as studios." The new entertainment conglomerate. Come on, Mike, speak. Conglomerate. I get
Conglomerate.
that.
There you go. I'll help you. Conglomerate. There you go.
That's one word that's always given me a tongue-tied. Oh man, which
There's always a word out there that gets all of us, However we try to do a certain word, it's going to kill us. And it's like, oh, not that fucking word again.
but I don't give up. I always try to say it anyway.
He doesn't give up, but he does surrender.
Baron?
What?
No.
What?
Never give up. Never surrender.
Which prevented a further collapsing of the motion picture studios. Even had the number one exhibition boss, AMC's Adam Aaron, getting on all earnings calls Monday about prospects for more movies on the big screen. Paramount in recent years has averaged 11 to 14 feature films. Greenstein, during today's presser, said the goal is for 15 movies a year, ASAP, followed by 20 movies a year in the near future.
Ambitious much, are we?
They're ambitious. They're coming on the gates. They're running.
Now, the thing wrong with that, as long as they do it right, that's all I say.
As long as they do it right and they don't end up tripping over their own feet.
Right.
Paramount has been cash hammered in recent years, which has caused them to greenlight fewer movies than they might have liked to. It appears to us that Skydance is cash rich, and it would be our expectation that Skydance will be releasing more movies coming out of Paramount than Paramount has been releasing in recent years, said Aaron. While High Side is still a ways off, the new top feature brass, which also includes President Dan Granger, has plenty of projects to dive into as they get settled into their new office space on the Melrose lot. From high-profile franchises that have been at the center of their release schedules for decades to new original stories featuring A-list talent, below is a list of where things stand on several properties that could help build the future slate. Slate status report. While it might seem like a high jump for the new administration to succeed, particularly at a studio that has lost Marvel to Disney in 2009, well, they really had no choice with that particular studio being sold to Disney. It wasn't like they said, oh, you know what, we're giving up on this, go ahead and have it. It was part of the sale. Disney.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
In 2022, Top Gun Maverick, Tom Cruise's highest grossing movie ever, and technically Paramount's too, at a global level, rallied its annual grosses to 1.29 billion domestic and 2.6 billion global. And Ellison Skydance had a tremendous amount to do with that success, having co-financed 50% of Top Gun Maverick, no doubt making Top Gun 3 a reality will be a prime to-do for Greenstein and Goldberg and Granger. Other musts for Greenstein and Goldberg, as expressed this afternoon, are 4-quadrant family movies and rated R comedies. Speaking of co-financing, what happens now that the studio's biggest co-financer is now the owner? Sources tell us that the plan is for the new Paramount on the future big temples like Star Trek and Top Gun is to keep the upside completely. Any slate of co-financing is bound to happen on mid-sized budget movies that have risk potential. Paramount's president, Jeff Shell, who was known as being a proponent of big window crunching during his run at NBC Universal will continue to look at maximizing theatrical window value at the new Paramount. However, Cindy Holland, chair of Direct to Consumer, emphasized made for streaming movies aren't a priority for me. Well, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Then maybe we won't get movies like Section 31.
Oh, God help us all.
The previous Brian Robbins led Paramount regime leaves behind a trove of high end talent production deals for the new C suite to tap, i.e., Ryan Reynolds, Damien Chazelle, John Krasinski, and the genre label 18HZ, led by Walter Hamada, which has the movie Primate upcoming, and Smile producer Temple Hill. And Hamada, he was part of Warner Brothers.
The
The old regime. While High Side marked the first major package the studio purchased when it comes to the first films to go into production, sources say it's too early to know given that no green lights have been given and the top brass is getting settled. That said, insiders say films like The Rescue with 1923's Brandon Sklenar and talks to star as a strong chance given ties to the project has to the current regime. Another high priority for Skydance on Paramount is Star Trek, with Ellison, which Ellison has been involved since 2013's sequel, Star Trek Into Darkness. Star Trek is a priority across the company, Goldberg said. As of right now, Paramount is developing a film in the Star Trek franchise that features brand new characters. It has Andor director Toby Haynes on board to direct Seth Graham Smith writing and Simon Kinberg and no.
Yeah. Yeah. The next line you won't like either.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
It jumped up a notch.
It did, didn't it?
It did.
And J.J. Abrams producing. Damn it!
Yeah. And then the next follow through.
The studio has another installment with Captain Kirk, Spock, and the rest of the usual characters. And the rest of the Enterprise crew, you could have said, but hey, this is Deadline. Returning with Abrams producing and Steve Yockey writing.
Basically Star Trek 4.
No, fucking really.
Well, and again, like we said before to others, we don't want Star Trek movies right now. We want a good Star Trek series. What are you going to do about the series that's out there? You know, the real lifeblood to Star Trek. I mean, if you keep on going what you're going on now, it's dead. It's dead. I mean, I'm sure they see the returns on the Abrams films. They go, "Oh, this is cool. This is the way we need to go." I don't think that's going to be the case this next time around. It's been too long since the last movie. And all you have to do is take a look at the numbers of Kurtzman crap and how it's going. And, of course, laugh even harder at Section 31.
One project the studio is sure to have an eye on what to do with the next installment in the Top Gun franchise after the sequel blew away box office records. Yeah, but we don't really need Top Gun 3. We could just have it as a duality and leave it at that.
Yeah, we had the first part and we got the second part. The beginning and now the end.
Mm-hmm.
We got our story.
Top Gun is a priority for us, said Goldberg. Though it has not been formally announced, news broke in 2023 that Aaron Kruger had begun working on a script for the next film. Star and producer Tom Cruise has focused on the most recent Mission Impossible films, so not much has moved forward. But now that Cruise is off those projects and looking for his next film, don't be surprised if movement starts to pick up. On the Transformers front, the franchise saw a rebooted live action film, Transformers Rise of the Beast, with a 442 million global box office, starring Anthony Ramos in 2023, and an animated pick, Transformers One, about last year. Prior to the sale, the studio had 3 separate scripts in development, including one that sources say has Michael Bay returning to the franchise. Those scripts should be ready for new leadership to take a look at shortly. The most recent high profile franchise to get a release date for its next installment was A Quiet Place Part 3, which the studio recently dated for summer 2027. John Krasinski is back to write and direct, though no cast is attached at this time. Following the success of the animated pick Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem, the studio moved fast on a sequel, dating the next film for September 17th, 2027. Seth Rogen and Evan Goldberg, are back to produce, with Jeff Rowe and Kyler Spears and Yashar Kasai directing. They also have a live action version based on the graphic novel that has Hamada producing. Well, that one that's based on the graphic novel was at one point reported to be a live action movie revolving around The Last Ronin.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. It says other titles include the Olympics pick Winter Games starring Miles Teller and Haley Steinfeld, a Ferris Bueller's spinoff. The studio had been developing pre-merger titled Sam and Victor's Day Off. Most recently, it sounds like a bomb already.
Yeah, I mean, again, not to be cruel, but it's been how long since Ferris Bueller's Day Off? Even a cult hit like that, you try to do something, it's like there's a level of I don't care.
Mm-hmm. Most recently, no, you're not being mean. You're being matter of fact.
Yeah.
Most recently, hiring Ben Zaslav and Evan Turner to rewrite a What Kids Want. Yeah, I'm just looking at this. I'm going, you guys are filling upwards. You're not really changing anything.
No.
Right, that's what's going through my mind, folks. Take it or leave it. Sorry, not sorry. With Holderman and Aaron Sims attached to rewrite the script and direct, there are a number of Skydance development titles coming over that include The Rescue, an untitled John Tuggle film starring Superman star David Corenswet. A film based on, well, they might want to rethink that, especially with the way Superman's performed.
Yeah.
A film based on the My Camera book starring Matthew McConaughey with Nick Pizarro. I don't know, writing. I'm trying, folks. And The Traveler with Lee Isaac Chun attached to direct. While not confirmed at this time, it's fair to say that these Skydance priority picks will now become priority projects at Paramount. And then it has a release schedule. But yeah, let me just see if one of the other articles I had a little bit more information. But Baron?
Yo.
Go ahead and give your thoughts while I look and see if one of the other articles had.
According to this article, you had it absolutely right. Failing upwards. It's rather ridiculous. I know they want to get hit the ground running. They got money. They were doing a great job of respecting the properties, but don't respect the properties that have been disrespecting the properties, right? Um, I think there's going to be some big flops coming on here if they're going to go with, let's do another Top Gun. Nothing against Top Gun, but it's like, well, we got the perfect story. It's done. It's it's if it's about the main character, Tom Cruise's character, Maverick, his story's done. A wonderful way to bring the beginning, middle, and end on that one. Star Trek, you're going back to Jar Jar Abrams. Now I realize you work with him. You probably have this sense of loyalty to him. And yes, those Star Trek films did bring in a lot of money. But I think the newbie factor, basically what was it? What did they call them? The Big Bang Theory style one. But, basically the trendy fans. Yeah. The trendy fans are just about ready to jump ship. They have been.
They already have. What do you mean they're ready to jump ship? They already have jumped ship.
Yeah. I mean, there's still some there, but I mean, it's, they're going. They're leaving. Have left. So you're going to try to placate them and keep on going on that formula. You're talking about this next Star Trek series. You got the Star Trek. I mean, besides the Academy series, which is going to be horrible. It's going to be horseshit. You wanted to do basically redo Star Trek the original series, which you basically have been doing with Strange New Worlds. And really fucking up the timelines. Like, I know, we'll bring the Romulans in now. We'll bring the Gorn in now. I mean, we never really came across these. Oh, yeah, we're going to be bringing the Tholians in now. Things that you've never seen, until the original series. Now they want to do a series with Captain Nerd Kirk. I mean, I guess they even have him in an episode now with his brother, Sam.
Yeah.
And it's like,
which they never served together.
No. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if they're just meeting up or if they're, or they're whatever, but I didn't even know Sam was part of Starfleet. I know he was part of the civilian corps. That's where he was when he met the flying pancakes. But you're going, the biggest thing would be the halt Star Trek, including Jar Jar's, and take a big reassessment, especially after seeing numbers of what the ratings are for the series going on now, and of course the Section 31, and not try to blow it off as, oh, it's just because blah. No, address the issue at hand. It's because of shit. And that's what they need to do. And don't think you owe Jar Jar Abrams anything.
They don't. And unfortunately, that article from Cosmic Book News reiterates everything that's in this Deadline article. But I do want to read a comment from that Deadline article that I'm looking at right now.
Okay.
Because
I hope it's juicy.
I think you and I and any serious Star Trek fan will agree. This is what needs to be done. This is by Anonymous. Anonymous. Well, it says, if they're serious about turning Star Trek back into a tentpole franchise, then I think it'd be obvious not to have J.J. Abrams or Alex Kurtzman involved. Get people who actually understand what made the old TV shows popular. Intelligent science fiction, likable original characters, and an ensemble cast that are developed over the course of more than 10 episodes a season. Every decision that makes the universe smaller, like focusing on Spock's sister or Pike's Enterprise, or making a mess of TNG characters, just turns off half the old fans and fails to bring in any new ones. New fans don't want to have to do homework. TNG, DS9, Voyager are the clear models for what to do next. Original premise, original characters, most importantly, with the Trek formula that has made it endure for 60 years.
Well, the thing is really, if you really want to look at it, there's a little sneaky way of keeping the shows live, but they slap a new name on it. Oh, Discovery is not doing well. It's going crap out. So we'll go with Strange New Worlds because we had that crossover, and it can continue on that way. And then we can also use Discovery as pushing this new Starfleet Academy, so it continues on that. So
speaking of Starfleet Academy, how would you like to see a bunch of cadets go through their school years at the academy before they become dedicated officers? No one actually wants to see that. It's fine to talk about it in dialogues, fine to have a flashback to when a character who is still young was at the academy, or even reflect on Picard's time at the academy, for example. But to have a full-fledged series based on it, no.
I slightly disagree. I think it'd be a fascinating thing, but you'd have to have people competent. That's the important word. Competent to do it, to see them as they're coming in. And I'm not even saying this should be a long, series. Keep it, maybe a couple seasons, 3 seasons, but you definitely incorporate one of the seasons where they are on a ship doing their cadet cruise out there, like we're seeing on that one. But there is a lot of things that you could get in and touch upon with the Star Trek philosophies with it, because obviously they're not going to always be in the classrooms. There's going to be other things. Maybe they are going to be taken out on some little jaunts here and there and experience what's going on. Maybe have to solve a problem that's going on in there. But how they're presenting this series is absolutely stinking ridiculous. It's a DEI hire. Look at me, narcissism. This is my identity. You either accept it or you're an estenophobe series, to something that really has some meat to it. It can be done. It can be done. That's the thing. It can be done.
Yeah, maybe it can be done, Baron, but do you necessarily need to have a legacy character show up on screen, or could you have it to where something ties into the story where they're listening to a personal log?
When it comes around the legacy character, I would, first of all, I'd throw the series 25th Century if I was to do it. And so if I were to do this, 25th Century, boom. With that, I would also incorporate in that you do the typical handoff. You would take a character from a previous show and have that little cameo. Whether it's DeForest Kelly,
like they started in Next Generation, they continued with Deep Space Nine and then Voyager.
Yep, Deep Space
Nine. And then in a way, you can almost say they kind of did it with Enterprise by having Severin Cochrane show up.
Right.
Continue.
Exactly. Because that was the best they could do. I mean, there was a connection there at least. And no, we don't need Wesley in there. We get past this garbage like they did with Roddenberry did with Wesley Crusher. I mean, yeah, you can have a DJ Ronnie G as a character in there, but likable, unlike Wesley Crusher and DJ Ronnie G. I'm
hold on.
I'm kidding, DJ. I'm kidding, DJ.
DJ is a good fella.
I know he is. That's why he can take a joke, and I know he can take a joke. But that's what I would do. I would not rely on a legacy character per se to come in. And yeah, I mean, you would have some experiences. I mean, you can imagine some of the stories, and yeah, I know the holodeck fatigue. But the differences is these cadets are going in, and part of their textbook training, quote unquote, is actually holodecking it. So you're going to be going through what this mission was. How are you going to do it? And you would have failure and success. Not everything's going to be a success, right? Because what do our heroes need to do? Learn. So you'd have an away team mission that you're going to go through, and how are you going to go about this? Or even a starship, you're a captain of the ship on a holodeck. are one of the crew members. You know, this is your position there. How are you going to work and interact with the rest of the crew?
Well, that would be the 25th century version of the Kobayashi Maru.
Bingo. And yeah, you would have that. You would have that. I mean, you'd have things leading up to it, and that would be your big zinger, the Kobayashi Maru test. I mean, can you imagine where you've had, several episodes where they do the holodeck, quote unquote textbook stuff, study stuff, right? And they've done a few Starship ones, and then they go on there and say, okay, here's your test. We got a test for you. It's a Starship simulation. They go in there, they sit down, and okay, we're out there, and all of a sudden, sir, we're getting a call from a Kobayashi Maru. Can you imagine how people would go fucking nuts over that?
Mm-hmm.
That'd be almost like Luke Skywalker
don't even say in dialogue, yeah, you're doing the Kobayashi Maru test. Just
right.
Set it up for it's another test.
Right.
Aboard a starship under a situation that they may experience while they're out there.
Right.
Thousands of light years.
Mm-hmm. And the only time you actually do, you hear the Kobayashi Maru is where the person who's at the communications or whatever is going, I got a signal from the Kobayashi ship, Kobayashi Maru. They appear to be having problems. Boom.
Captain, I'm receiving a subspace communication from, hold on, the Kobayashi Maru.
Mm-hmm.
Do it like that.
Right. And it almost be like Luke Skywalker showing up at the end of Mandalorian. Boom! It's like, whoa, and you keep it quiet. You say, everybody here, keep your fucking mouth shut. Yeah. We don't want any of this. In fact, the whole thing should be kept as quiet as possible for leaks to get out. Right.
And here's the thing: you don't necessarily have to have the Doctor from Voyager show up. You could have Robert Picardo show up as Dr. Zimmerman.
Right.
So you wouldn't have to de-age Robert Picardo. But you can have him show up as an older Dr. Zimmerman and make a reference to Mark 1 EMH, specifically Voyager's EMH. And just have a picture there of him and say, the only one that ever succeeded.
Mm-hmm.
And he wasn't even designed to. Still have it be that grumpy Zimmerman.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you could do that with Picardo. Or, yeah, I mean, boom, there it is. I mean, that's pushing the series into the future where it should go, ignoring Picard, ignoring all the other Star Treks, and boom, there you are. And that would work with the Starfleet Academy series. Unlike what they're doing, which is all about feelings, right? That's why that show is going to bomb horribly. But this one, again, goes into Gene Roddenberry's. Mm-hmm. And it's an interesting, but the thing is, you have to be on your ball with the writing to keep that, because what you're seeing here is what they're going to go through. You're seeing them going through simulation, even recreate simulations from the original series, Next Generation, whatever, right? It's like, oh, I recognize this. And then it goes into how would they do it compared to
it's not how the crew of Kirk's Enterprise did it. It's not how the crew of Picard's Enterprise did it. It's not how the crew of Deep Space Nine did it, Voyager. How are you going to approach this situation?
Exactly. And which I think would bring that extra layer on. Unlike doing the pale imitation rehash that they're doing with Green Worlds.
Terror.
Yeah, amongst other things. Yeah, I mean, and no musical episodes, no fucking puppets. It can be done. See, right here.
And again,
we got it fixed.
Don't rely on cameos from established characters who would still be around during that time.
You have to have the one obligatory that you can try to pass the torch with.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it'd be hard to do Enterprise passing torches, but you can still do it with a Voyager cast member.
I mean, if you wanted to do something with Archer, it would have to happen in the holodeck. It would have to be from one of his personal logs.
Right. Just don't redo the last episode.
I mean, would you be against somebody saying, as far as Chief Engineer Commander Tucker was concerned, did he die? And have one of the instructors say no,
Mhm.
no, he had a full career. He and Paul
Yeah.
married, and that would basically say what happened in These Are the Voyages. That never happened. That never occurred, because even Berman has said if he could do it all over again, he would change it.
Well, what made it even worse is throughout the entire time until he got killed, he was virtually throwing himself trying to get killed. It's like, it was ridiculous. It's I'll jump in front of you, Captain. That guy's just bringing me some porridge. It's like, I'll die for you, Captain. It's like, until it's like, it was so pathetic. It's like, oh, come on. I mean, I know there's foreshadowing, but this is fucking ridiculous, folks.
Yeah. And you could have had it where, Trip and T'Pol had a happy relationship.
Yeah, why not? Maybe it's because of them they were able to figure out to have a Vulcan hybrid, a baby of a certain green-blooded,
Green-blooded son of a bitch.
Yeah, son of a bitch. Yeah, that would come in later. I mean, I think we successfully fixed the Academy series and how you could. Now, can you imagine? A psychological test episode, and it's our Valiant Academy students, and they're thrown into the mirror universe, and they're being tested what they would do to survive there and get home. How far will they go? Will they, break down and start doing, bad things, or will they try to keep as much as possible the true, Federation belief system? Wouldn't that be a great, even two-parter? I mean, that could be a rich two-parter. That'd be almost like a fucking movie, right?
Yeah, and if you wanted to have a character like Q show up, why don't you have John Delancey's son show up as Q?
Yeah, why not? Right.
And if one of the cadets asks, "Are you the Q?" No, I'm not the Q that harassed the Enterprise under Captain Picard. I'm his son.
Yeah. Or even better, are you the Q? No, we are the Q. Just like he first introduced himself in the PowerPoint. We are the Q. Let's bring some of that mystery back. And you start wondering, is it or isn't it? Or is there something more to this? I mean, again, trying to bring back a little bit of mystery after we got way too much information.
Yeah. Again, you don't want it to be cameo heavy, because I think that hurts the series. I know some say that you bring in these characters because of a sign of a show's failure, that it can't retain its own audience.
Well, yeah, and basically that's what it is. It's like, hey, look, we got here. See who we got. But like I said, the obligatory passing baton, it's got to be there. And then, like, bringing back, like, Q, like you were saying, and then trying to bring that little mystery back. You wouldn't need to necessarily bring in anybody else that much. But, references to, maybe a hologram, which can be done with CGI and things like that.
And as these characters progress through the series, you see what kind of officer they'll be.
Right. And maybe have one of them fail. And get drummed out. Maybe the psychological test on the mirror universe one was the big starting downfall for that character. And those tendencies started to come out, and they're having to watch, and he's causing issues, or she's causing issues. And again, that's where you start getting that drama and such. And before so not everybody's going to succeed. You're never going to. You're not going to pass all the time. You're not all these super Wesley geniuses. And of course, then you got the other thing, just the interaction between the characters in the character building. And which is going to be a lot more than what the Starfleet Academy series are wanting to do, because that's all about the feelings. Each one trying to one up each other about their lot in life, I'm the fattest hologram. No, I'm the fattest hologram.
And here's what I would do. I would have an episode where the cadets are on a starship.
Mhm.
And they're in Ziketi space. And we finally get to see what they look like.
The which ones?
The Zingeti.
Oh, okay.
We've only heard about them. And
yeah.
some of the skirmishes the Federation's been in with them. But we've never actually seen them.
Right. I mean, there's been several races that have been mentioned that we never saw. It'd be nice to see that. Or maybe even see a home world we've heard about but never seen. I mean, in the series wise, we've never been to Andoria. And that's just the other thing too. Is like we're having a break.
I thought Enterprise went to Andor.
Oh, maybe they did. They did. Sorry, that was my stupidity, folks. That's my stupid. But how about Tellar? Right? A Christmas, a break from the academy. One of the usual breaks, and hey, let's go. One of the characters is going to be a Tellar, right? And hey, let's go back, and my family, you're all invited. Type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you start getting even some of that where they're out, or maybe it's just a new species or whatnot. The big question goes is how are you going to have the Romulans, the Klingons? Oh, by the way, Romulus and Remus still exist. That doesn't they have not gone boom, and neither has Vulcan.
The relationship between the Federation and Romulus has improved, but I wouldn't say they're buddy.
Right.
There's still tension.
Kind of like Russia and the United States before the Ukraine invasion. They're talking, but there is traveling, but there is trade, but there's still some residual things. And of course the same thing with the Klingons because that's always been up and down. And Bajorans, I mean,
do you want to have it set where we find out whether or not Bajors join the Federation or they're still their own thing? I'd rather they be their own thing.
Right. I mean, that could be worked out. I mean, they could be not even a protectorate, but they're in what would you call they have treaties and such with the Federation, non-aggression pacts, also, kind of like a NATO strike one, strike all. So, but they're by themselves. They're their own thing. Maybe they've expanded to some other planets themselves. They have their own little fleet, Bajoran Starfleet. The question is what would Deep Space Nine be? Would it still be Federation? Would it be Bajoran? Or would they turn it into a Babylon 5 where it's neutral?
I would have it where instead of Deep Space Nine being under Federation control, I would have it under complete Bajoran control. There's no fallout between the Federation and Bajor.
No.
But I would have it where Bajor was able to sustain itself on its own, where it didn't need the Federation to be there to help them. Yes, they're on friendly terms.
Right. And the thing is, it would help their economy. Because of all the trade going back and forth. Excuse me. I mean, and what we do with the Cardassians. I mean, there's a lot of things, and that would be part of sitting down and going, okay.
I would still have it where Cardassia is still, even, into the early 25th century, still trying to recover from the Dominion War.
Exactly. I mean, and that would be a great topic with sitting around with a bunch of us and fighting it back and forth. What do we want for the characters? How we want them to be? What will we bring in any legacy aliens? Like Andorians and Tellarites for the cast, or maybe some new ones.
I would want a couple of new ones.
I would want a legacy and a new one. I mean,
but if we're gonna go for legacy, it doesn't have to be a Vulcan. It doesn't have to be a Klingon.
No. They're not even. I'm going right back to Gene Roddenberry's where Next Generation, no Vulcans, even though he did throw in the background on that, but no Vulcans, and no Klingons. But I'm partial towards Andorians and I'm partial towards Tellarites. I mean, we wanted those two. Can you imagine the Tellarite having to maintain his anger issues going through the Starfleet Academy?
Mm-hmm. That'd be
I mean,
something to build upon.
right, exactly. And of course, a new alien out there. Maybe something we've heard and never saw. Or
Or
how about
or
something of a obscure one? What about an obscure one, like one of the aliens we saw in either Star Trek the motion picture in the background, like a Saurian,
mm-hmm.
or Star Trek 4?
Yeah. I mean, heck, depending on the situation in the Gamma Quadrant, you could have it being an alien from the Gamma Quadrant that sought refuge
I
in the
got
Alpha
it.
Quadrant.
I got it. A female half Klingon, half Jem'Hadar.
I knew you were gonna go there.
I'm so brilliant, aren't I?
Oh, God.
I know. It's that's why you don't let Worf near a petri dish. What's your sample in here, sir? I will do so with honor.
I
But
mean, you know, the first season, they're going through the early parts of their year
mhm,
at the academy. Even going into the second, third, however
mhm.
many seasons. But it you could stretch it out if you wanted to, make it
Yeah,
more
you
than
could.
4 years.
Right. I mean, if you wanted to, I mean, that's just it. It depends on what you have for stories,
Hmm.
what you think you can squeeze out for stories that you won't be draining it. You know, uh, I prefer myself to have something like that with a guaranteed beginning and end,
Yeah,
like the graduation.
the
And
the graduation ceremony and everybody finding out their new posting.
right, exactly. And then maybe if you want to go off of that, you can go with them on one of the popular characters or whatnot with their voyages on the new ship, or a couple. If two of them are going to the same ship, again, but that be down the road, and you have to see how things go and how
Hmm.
characters are being responded to.
Yeah.
But it can be done, and it can be interesting. It's just we're turned off by it because we're just poisoned by Kurtzman, and we've seen what an abomination we are going to be getting. It doesn't take much. You just have to see the pictures and the previews and stuff
Be-
like that. No, that this is shit.
because again, you want to be able to give these characters the growth that they need to stand on their own and not
Right,
have to always rely on a cameo from the Enterprise, a
right,
cameo from a legacy character.
right.
And Anonymous, what's the dumbest thing you've ever heard?
Probably the half Klingon, half Jem'Hadar. I hope.
Me too. I don't want to assume though.
Right. See, I was always pro a Starfleet Academy series all the way back when it was proposed for a movie, but I didn't want one with the legacy cast. It's like, no, if you're going to do something like this, have it fresh and new,
Hmm.
right? Of course, at that time there weren't Star Trek series, happening yet. Or actually, you did have Next Generation, I suppose. But I mean, if you went along and you decided to have a split off series, somewhere along the line, they could have done that. And but I've always been a fan of that idea of what makes the hero story,
Hmm.
which is just as dramatic. It's just as character building and just as fascinating, especially when you're dealing with the world of Star Trek. For Star Wars, it'd be boring,
Now
but for Star Trek,
let me ask you this, and this
hmm,
also goes out to everybody else.
hmm hmm
You could have an episode where they're training on an older starship, and the cadets are
right,
saying, "Why are we training on this old rust heap when we could be training?" And then you could mention a new class of starship,
hmm
and
yeah,
then you could have their instructors say, "Because it's just as important to learn how the systems on this ship work as it will be on a new starship. Because some of
right.
these systems still operate the same."
hmm But what happens if some of your other systems crap out on you for whatever reason. You're going to need to know how to get around. It's just like them training, the Naval and Coast Guard training on these sailing ships that they got, right?
Yeah.
It's like, what does our modern Navy need to do, or our modern Coast Guard have to do with sailing a glorified yacht, sail yacht? I mean, obviously the Constitution is one thing. That's an honored heritage thing. But, when you go through the training on the other, it's like, well, why are we training on this? Well, there's reasons why. Here's your here's a compass. Here's a astrolabe. Here's your usual fare of navigation equipment they would have used back then. No computers, no GPS. Okay, now plot me a course. Oh, by the way, and here's the map. It's because they need to be above and beyond, in which, again, a secret hideout isn't going to do that, because that means that this takes away from the feelings, and it also means that, oh my God, they're actually having work. They shouldn't be that way. It should be just, oh, they're through because of what they because of what they represent, and all that, it's not by their quality of what they are.
Now, let me ask you this, because I would actually put a character like this in the series, where it's an instructor, and there are hard asses on the cadets.
Yep.
They want to get the best out of the cadets.
Yeah. I mean, you would have a couple of different instructor characters, but yeah, you get the one hard ass. But they mean well, but they're not going to show it, because but you do have that moment where one of the characters is kind of breaking down because of all that, and they come in and have that heart to heart.
They have the heart to heart with the character, and that particular instructor did fight during the Dominion War.
But you see that side where he's not being the hard ass, or her. It can be either or. Being that hard ass, it's actually breaking down and quote unquote being human, even though they are. There's a reason why behind it, and you as a viewer understand where that character is coming from. It's like a drill sergeant, but their goal is to get you through, but get you through knowing your stuff. And if it means that they gotta take a moment to go off the side, one-on-one,
a little harder than another cadet, they're going to do it because they see potential in you.
Yeah, are needing to do a little bit of a one-on-one and give him a confidence boost. That's where you start having these complex characters.
And honestly, I think that would be the only way I would particularly reference anything from prior Star Trek, is by having a character who mentions, listen, I fought in the Dominion War. I know the hardships of war. And what it takes when you go out there into the unknown and make first contact, and it doesn't go the way you hope, the way we hope when we train you here at the academy.
Yeah, things can go south fast. Oh, and that's the other thing too. You make sure you use proper King's English or Oxford English, or you don't pepper it with today's slang.
No.
Yeah, the way we talk now, because you want this to be timeless, ageless. And if we do introduce slang, whatever, is to their time. It's like, well, what the hell is that word? And you find out later what they're saying, or but that's what adds the flavor to the series. Just like Judge Dredd, Drak, or Strom, or Stom, or however they pronounce that, or Fildecarb, or Frack with Battlestar Galactica. You get the gist of what they're saying, but because they can't say it or print it, they do that, and now you're getting that little slang going that they have in their universe, and that works out there, and that adds that flavor to the universe. But it's not like taking the stuff we have now that's going to be outdated a couple weeks from now. I mean, this Gooner thing came up. How soon until that's gone after everybody's been using it? And people probably written a bunch of scripts, probably even put it in some of the new Star Trek stuff. Hey, I know we'll use Gooner in the Starfleet Academy because they're all kids. Aren't we smart?
Yeah. And True Rock has a question. Can we have a trial of Captain Janeway so that she is thrown in jail for breaking the Prime Directive by attacking every race she encountered while traveling back to Earth?
That'd be nice, but for a show like this, it'd be too late.
I was going to say it'd be too hard because we already know that Starfleet went ahead in their infinite wisdom and said, "Here you go, Catherine. You get Admiral bars now."
Right. And that wasn't their point I was going to sit back and make. Basically, they would have had their chance to do so. And, but, she's a hero and not a very questionable Starfleet officer who would have been thrown into a penal colony for doing that. And Kate Mulgrew would not go for that.
No.
I mean, she's not friendly enough as it is. So, I mean, oh yeah, we can dream. Honestly, we can dream.
Yeah, we can always dream.
And we're dreaming now. We got the
we're
perfect
dreaming now.
Star Trek series.
And no, I wouldn't have Cisco overshadow this series by returning all of a sudden.
No, he's gone. He's gone wherever the prophets wanted him to go.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Let it be a mystery. Yep. Leave it as a mystery.
Leave it as a mystery. Yes, Cisco did say he would return, but leave that as a mystery. Has he returned at this point? Did he return at this point? Will he return at this point?
I mean, it'd be better than the stupid comic strip series that they put him in, where everybody's questioning their sexuality and their pronouns. Actually, it's like no, get the Star Trek. This is not something you throw Cisco in. Not in, It's like, come on. But no, I don't. He said he'll be back, but we don't know what if it's further down the road. He is in a different time. Eddie. Time runs.
Time has no meaning,
right?
In the Celestial Temple, the prophet.
Right. So who knows when he'd show up? And yeah, I mean, you could do a unification episode. One. There's nothing wrong with bringing a character from the previous ones. That's more than just that quick cameo. Where you're doing
long as it makes sense to the stories and doesn't take away from the characters that you're already trying to establish.
Right. Unification, showing how to do it. In fact, Spock was not even in half the part one of the story. Except for, the very end and some images.
He was in at the end where Picard, and I know I've mentioned this before, so yes, I am repeating myself here, but Picard says in the caves, "I'm looking for Ambassador Spock. You have found him, Captain Picard."
Yeah. Which right there is like, woo! But, or even, if you want to go with relics, with something like relics with Scotty.
Yeah.
So it all depends.
Trying to, take in all this information at once, having been trapped in a transporter pattern buffer for over 78 years, and
exactly.
he's in the 23rd century one moment, he gets out of the pattern buffer and he's in the 24th century, and almost 100 years has passed.
Then he steals a shuttle and does a warp 10 around the sun and goes back home. No, I'm kidding. But, I think right here, we just came up with a perfect, really good, strong starting out of a Star Trek Academy, Starfleet Academy TV show. I hope you change your mind about the fact that we don't need one. Well, we don't need a lot of this stuff, but I mean, that is possible.
Well, we don't need one, but I can understand why you would want one, because you'd want to see these new characters learn and grow throughout their young Starfleet career to become full-fledged officers.
Right. I mean, with Star Trek, we've always seen it the end, right? Star Trek 6 is the end. If you want to go even generations a little bit, the end plus 0.5. You kind of got that with Picard too. The end, the curtains coming across, but how they started is just as important as how they ended. And it's like, well, compared to, of course, Picard said about him, how he was a hothead, stuff like that in the academy, and he matured to that. I mean, wouldn't it be amazing to start seeing it and see what the growth was within that academy of a character? And you never know, maybe down the road, you could do a series with several of these people that were in that show.
Yeah, I mean, here's an idea I'm thinking of. The final episode. It'd be your 2-hour final episode, not a 1-hour final episode. 2-hour final episode. Because it's an event. You not only show these cadets graduating the academy, but you also show them arriving to their new posting. So you find out where they went. You might want to leave maybe a couple as a mystery.
Right. But yeah, you have a space station or a star base, or maybe it's an administration on a planet, on one of the planet or planet star bases, or whatnot, and it's like this ship and this ship, and so you're getting that wide range of stuff. Not everybody went to space, are working in space. They might not be on Earth.
Some might have been assigned of. You just mentioned it, a posting on Earth. But if you wanted to have a cameo from a starship, you could have it that one of them was assigned to the Enterprise E. Not the Enterprise F, the Enterprise E.
Why would you go that way? Because I do like the F.
Or you could have it where one of them was assigned to Riker's Titan.
Yeah. And that's just it. Enough of the dropping of letters after the whole numbers. That's just too fucking ridiculous. What? They don't understand what that is.
Have to do something very significant to get the prefix after the numbers.
Exactly. What did Riker's ship do that gave it the A rating?
They never explain it. They never explain why. They just say, just slap the A on there.
Yeah. You'd think there'd be a lot more ooh and ahhing over Riker, but is he in Starfleet? Is he not? There he is. He's not in Starfleet, but all of a sudden he shows up and he's in the uniform at the end of the one season, but then he's not no more. It's like,
and see, my other issue with that, with them putting the prefix for the Titan, they could have had another ship called the Titan, but it has a different registry number.
Right. But my question is what's wrong with the other Titan? It wasn't that old of a ship.
There was nothing wrong with the other Titan. There's nothing wrong with any of the ships that they wanted to retire.
It'll be good or destroyed. I mean, it'll be so great to have seen that design, that design that they made
the screen.
Of the Titan on the screen, right? And it's like, and seeing the Enterprise F. I know they came from Starfleet Online, Star Trek Online,
yeah.
But I think the Odyssey class is a great design for an Enterprise. It really shows the evolution.
It really ties the lineage between the E and the F.
Right.
Not necessarily, the D, the C, the B, and the A, but certainly the E and the F.
But you still get a little bit of that look of like the Excelsior class in there with secondary and all that. I mean, you can see elements from previous classes. I'm not saying copy paste, but just elements. And I think that's one of the reasons why I like. And I love that twin boom that they have on the neck.
Yeah.
I just think it's a neat looking ship. It's like, ooh, this one needs screen time.
Credit to the fan that designed it.
Right. They knew what, and again, leave it to the fans. I mean, I know it was a contest of fans, but ooh, he knew what he was doing. I mean, I don't know if he's still on staff there. I think one of the things was they had a chance to be on staff or whatever. But I mean, a lot better than the designs they've been pushing out on Star Trek Online. Oh God, such ugly ships, ugly, ugly, just like Disco or STD.
I mean, what would you do about the set designs? Would you still, have it where it makes connection to the sets that we're familiar?
Yes, because it's part of the evolution.
Mhm.
Right? I mean, obviously, for Next Generation, it was done for budgetary reasons, but they took the old sets for the motion pictures, and redressed them for the Enterprise D, which would make sense because, again, that's that organic growth on there. I would definitely take what would be that continuation, especially on a slick-looking ship like that. Unlike the I mean, yeah, I know the E is slick and all that, but I mean, let's face it, she's a little bit more dark and foreboding. And it's like, is this really an exploration ship or just a warship type of thing?
And
And the F is going back to the exploration and try to get back that aesthetic.
yeah, and to answer Tree Rock's question, as far as a ship being recalled because of a design flaw, well, that's why you would have an episode about either one or two of the cadets that wanted to be an engineer, and they're assigned to one of the experimental ships, and they discover a design flaw.
Mm-hmm.
And
then what you do is
maybe it does take a little bit to get one of the senior officers or ranking officers to actually listen to him say, no, there's a design flaw.
Mm-hmm. Right. And then what he does, he goes to the holodeck and he brings up a hologram of Geordie LaForge, and Geordie LaForge's hologram just bitches and moans about how he can't get women and he has no friends.
You wouldn't even have to bring up Geordie. Just
I wouldn't bring up Geordie. I mean, I'm just doing that as a joke because of how LeVar Burton destroyed that character.
Okay, for those of you that want a cameo from a legacy character, other than to pass the torch, we know that after the end of Deep Space Nine, Miles was going to the academy to teach. You could have it that's an episode where Chief O'Brien shows up.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes this particular cadet a while to finally get him to listen. Say, sir, I'm telling you, there's a design flaw in this ship. If we go to warp, we're all gone.
Mm-hmm.
The structural integrity field will not hold.
Exactly. What it just we got I mean, right there. I mean, boom. Ellison, listen to us. We got a series for you. It's going to be a lot better than the one that they got planned that they're going to put out there. It's going to suck. Now, you going to listen to us or what?
And with the structural integrity field being tied with the warp engines, it's a catastrophic event that they need to stop from happening.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. The possibilities are all there.
Mm-hmm.
But, I'm worried now. I'm kind of worried. I mean,
heck, here's my idea. This is the new ship that is conducting trans warp experiments.
That'd be interesting.
They take all.
Experiment Part 2.
Yeah, they take all the data that's been researched over and over again from the time of the Excelsior and the data from Voyager, and they've come up with this new ship. It still looks like a Federation starship,
Right.
but this ship is supposedly the Great Experiment Part 2, and it is capable of transwarp speeds,
Oh,
theoretically.
and the problem is that you discover through the episode Borg technology that they put in there for it.
Mm-hmm. Because you don't have someone like 7 and 9 or someone familiar with Borg technology on board that ship to tell everybody this is how you have to maintain it.
Right.
There's a problem. Now, why would that person not be on board? Maybe they were pulled to another post. Because you would think if there's this experimental ship with technology that you need to monitor at all times and train people on how to use it, you think that person would be there. But what if there was an emergency somewhere and they had to be pulled away?
Right. There's all sorts of possibilities. And that way you could bring the Borg in without bringing the Borg in.
Exactly. Because you'd still have to be worried about being assimilated.
Right. What's going on? What's the state of the Borg at this time? Do they have a better grasp at taking care of them? So that's why we don't see them as much. You know, it's like there's so many possibilities you can run with.
And let's see, the fastest starship would be able to rescue ships faster than the other ships. It would be assigned more missions. Exactly.
Well, not only that, it would help expand the ability to travel further in exploration too. So, I mean, that'd be part of your next exploration fleet that you have. You know, the next Constitution Excelsior ships. You know, they can go faster and further.
And if you wanted to, instead of the Enterprise being at the end of the last episode, it is this new ship where they've worked out all the kinks.
Yep.
And you see this ship boldly going where no one has gone before. Setting up for a new series.
Right. Because you don't need to have the Enterprise as your main ship for a show. I mean, obviously, Voyager shown that. I hesitate to say STD, but really, you know, their adventures were not on the Enterprise. No. You just don't need to.
No, you don't need to. And the only reason why the Enterprise even showed up on Deep Space Nine was the passing of the torch.
Right.
So that you could have Picard meet Cisco, Cisco meet Picard, but also to explain why and how Chief O'Brien got there.
Right. And the passing of that, you know, the passing of the torch, obviously, as you say. It doesn't mean we don't see other Galaxy classes, but that's the only time we saw the Enterprise. So there. Well, no, that's not true. That's not true. We had the crossover episodes. I forgot about that.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. You know, you think about Trials and Tribulations, how they were able to, you know, do a crossover between the original series and Deep Space Nine. And it was a smart way of doing it. Well, you have this Bajoran orb, the Orb of Time. And Aaron Darwin uses it to travel back to Space Station K7. But yeah, I mean, we could go on with this
Yeah, we could.
So
We get. We could be
tomorrow
giving away,
morning.
yeah, we could be giving away all these $1 million ideas.
But here I am, 47 years old, and I'm still coming up with different ideas, and talking with someone, coming up with different ideas, bouncing ideas off each other, seeing ideas from folks in the chat for a new series. Why? Because the fans can do it and do it better.
And not only that, we love it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we love this stuff, man. That it's like we want a better future, and all across the board, but we want a better future for our shows and in the world. That's why we like the optimism of Star Trek, but we're not getting that.
No.
At all, in any sense of the imagination. We're getting dystopian Trek, despite what anybody says, or the feelings Trek, which is not what Star Trek is about. And we just want to see, we want to have back what we had. Because the route you're going down obviously is not working.
Mm-hmm.
You guys should have taken a big step back for a moment when Section 31 went fart on you.
They didn't work.
Yeah. What went wrong? And their idea was we went wrong, not them, because we didn't recognize the brilliance that they brought us with that series, because we're just ists and phobes, even though all the trendy Trek fans didn't like it either.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny when you're hearing these people going, "Oh, this is Star Trek." Wow, welcome to our world.
Yeah,
you morons.
This is what we've been telling you about, and you shunned us. You kicked us out of our own club.
Yeah, that's why we throw our heads back and laugh at you right now.
They threw us out of our own club without giving us any of the blood wine.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Dang their hides.
And the Romulan ale.
Romulan ale.
I had a shipment brought in.
For medicinal purposes only.
Yes.
I'd like to know what is it about the Romulan ale? I can't remember if they ever said why it's restricted in the Federation. Is it because of the alcohol content, or is it because of trade embargoes between them and Romulus?
I thought it was trade embargoes.
That's what I was thinking, but I don't think it was ever truly said. But all I know is it's got a kick, and it's not really an ale either. So, yeah.
I mean, that's an idea that a friend of mine and I had back in high school. 2 ships going out in deep space, and the reason why there's 2 ships is because of lessons learned from encountering the Dominion.
Right. Dang,
They're not there to pose a threat, but it's nice to have a backup.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And maybe one is more for scientific purposes, while the other is the heavy hitter.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you got a lot of instances where it was solo ships going out there. I mean, like the Bounty and Captain Cook's ship. I can't remember the name of that one, but there's many of them that were sailing by themselves exploring. But then you had things like back in Magellan, his 4 ships went out, only 1 came back. Christopher Colombo, 3 went out, 1 went back. That first time. So I mean, yeah, just because you have numbers doesn't mean everyone's coming back.
Yeah. But before we get out of here, Baron, is there anything you'd like to promote?
Not off the top of my pointed little head. Sanity. Good Star Trek. No Jar Jar. No Kurtzman. No Gunny. No Jimmy Gunny. None of these people who are destroying things that we don't seem to be getting rid of anytime soon. So. And just remember, I'm not calling for any bans on them. Just do as you feels right. If you don't want to see them, don't. If you want to see them, go right ahead. If you want to watch them, go ahead. I don't care, but I won't.
And the thing about having two ships and two crews, you can help with supply issues too. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you can help with repairs. If one ship needs repairs, well, this ship has this, so we can borrow it from them. And as soon as we're up to full strength again, we can replicate a new one for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, in the novelization of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan by Vonda McIntyre, she had a group of 3 Galaxy-class ships that were breaking the barrier to head to Andromeda, but she had 3 ships, not 1, not 2, but 3. Why? Well, safety in numbers. And safety can be anything from protecting yourself from bad guys to natural phenomenon, phenomenon, or anything else like that. So it's like usually when you have those numbers, it helps out. So.
Mm-hmm. But Baron, what do you have coming up on Baron Orman Tagge's fandom legacy?
I'll see what I can do.
All right.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I need to get my ass kicked and start rocking and rolling. I need to protect that border. I need to patrol those streets. I really, really need
For the Emperor! For the Emperor!
Baron.
That's the only one I got. I'm sorry. Okay.
Baron.
Okay. It's the only one I got. So hey, settle it. That's all I got.
For the Emperor. No. You need to stick out your chest. You need to dig down deep and have it say,
For the Emperor!
I realize mine is Cash Money's, the Golden Chin chapter of the Space Marines screen. For the Emperor, compared to the powerful one.
compared to what you and I would do. And
Mm-hmm. Except I'd add for the lion afterwards. For the Emperor, for the lion.
yeah, so speaking of Space Marine, yes, I will continue with the Mastercrafted collection or edition, as they call it. Yeah, the controls were a little
That's why I heard.
Not as good as the originals.
Mm-hmm. That is one of the problems I heard that the game had.
Yeah, and it was ticking me off the other day.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to continue it. I've already gotten far into the game, so I'm going to continue that on Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern on YouTube and Rumble.
Of course you're going to continue on. You know why?
I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
That's why.
No, because I fight for my...
For the Emperor!
And then we'll have the Wednesday edition of Pop Talk at 6 p.m. Eastern. Of course, this coming Wednesday, like I just said, I don't know what we're talking about yet. I will look for articles tomorrow so I can decide, okay, what am I going to base my thumbnail around?
Rumors, all rumors, like James Gunn casting Elvis Presley for the new Supergirl film. That's right. And Batboy will be making a guest appearance as well in that film. And we got rumors. Kathleen Kennedy is getting fired yet again. Rumors. All rumors all the time here at Pop Talk 414. And that's going to be this Wednesday. It's Rumor Wednesday, folks. That's right. Sit back, enjoy. Back to
It's not the fact whether the controls are wired or wireless controls. It's the in-game controls.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because they were doing, Tree Rock, was they were trying to change the controls a little bit to match the Space Marine 2 because they're just slightly different. So what I'm thinking is when they did that, they didn't do exactly the most bang up job, and that's why Mike's having that. So it's a programming error, not.
Oh, and you want to know something that was weird? I had my Xbox controller plugged in. when I started playing, and it was recognizing it as a PS5 controller. And
You gotta be shitting me.
none of the controls were really responding, so I grabbed my PS5 controller, put that in. Yeah, it was responding, but still the controls sucked. But I still battled through it. So we'll see what happens when I play it Tuesday. Maybe there's gonna be a patch between now and Tuesday. Maybe there already has, and I just haven't watched my Xbox app updated. But
that was one of the things that I know people were complaining about, and I don't know how it is with keyboard and mouse. If that also has issues or not.
I tried it. I didn't like it.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I just heard the controls all across the board. So, you confirmed that. Much more than Game Rant did. Game Rant didn't even mention that shit.
Well, I mean, when I play games, if you hear me griping about something, I'm not griping for the sake of griping. It's because I'm noticing something in the game that's taking me off. It's like RoboCop in the last section before you get to the very end. The ridiculous boss rush of enemies on screen. It's like, really? And then there were instances where it didn't want to respond to the input because of stuttering and everything else, because that part of the game's not optimized correctly. It's like, no, you hear me say something. I'm not saying it to get attention. I'm saying it to let everyone else know, okay, you play this game, you're going to run into problems here, here, and here. It has nothing to do with my ability.
Me, however, is a different story.
And on Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to play a game that Baron gifted me.
Yes, I see that.
Yes, the Phantom.
I forgot about it, to be honest. What an idiot I am.
Well, I asked everybody after I finished RoboCop on Thursday, what game should I play next? So I'm going through the list, and a few people were like, the Phantom. Play the Phantom. I'm like, okay. I can play the Phantom. I don't mind asking people, what do you want me to play next of games I already have?
Yeah, you always sit back. But when I suggest something, you say no, like, Streamer Simulator.
No. No hesitation there, Baron. No, absolutely not. But I do want to thank everybody who was here today. Really appreciate everyone who was able to stop by during this edition of Pop Talk with Baron and myself. I want to start off by thanking Lady Mist, or as she's known during The Adventure Continues, she could be known as the Admiral all the time. Admiral Lady Mist.
Admiral.
and her Dragon class starship.
Ooh, that'd be a good design. Ooh.
Yeah. And of course, I want to thank the Padawannabe. These people.
Yeah, these people. He was happy I said that because I think people miss Cash saying these people. These people.
Of course, I also want to thank
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
Anonymous. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Pop Culture Mechanic, good to see you, Pop. Hope you and your family are doing well.
Pop Culture Mechanic.
We're wrong. He's right. Shane, also known as You're Wrong. Jed Sparks, thank you very much.
Can we call him Sparky? Ah, just kidding. Just kidding.
Also, Tree Rock Creations.
How do you make a tree out of a rock? I mean, how does a rock turn into a tree? How does it grow? a tree rock. I mean, and then you need to try to chop it down. Wouldn't that really hurt the chainsaw or the axe? These are things that keep me up at night. Back to you, Mike.
And Baron, with his latest rumor mill,
Yeah,
says,
I got.
yeah, okay, sure. It's gonna be a doozy. Elvis will be in the Supergirl film. Hey, don't give James Gunn any idea.
I would actually see that, be honest. But yeah, I got one. One of those rumor. You have those name generators and stuff like that. Yeah, we got the top secret Pacific414 rumor generator, and so be prepared.
Yeah, the defunct rumor generator. Remember, I took the rumors out of the opening credits because we don't talk about the rumors.
And that makes me sad.
If we do, we say take this with a big grain of salt. Or you can hear in my reaction, Baron's reaction, or even Cash when he's here. You can hear in our reactions. Don't believe it.
Well, that's Cash all the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever they say.
And Tree Rock fired Kathleen after The Last Jedi. She's that employee that still hangs around, and somehow, even though she's fired, she still gets a paycheck. Is that what you're saying, Tree Rock? And Tree Rock says, am I just too fast for my computer? Nah. I'm actually slow at times.
I'm very slow.
But thank you to everybody who was here today and anybody who lurked. Really appreciate it. If you could do me a favor, make sure you're still subscribed to Baron's channel. And he will get back to Border Patrol. He will even if I have to threaten him.
You threaten me all the time.
As a neighboring nation, tell him. These other countries, they think you're weak. They think you will never do anything. They think you will never attack and protect your border from. Look at this cheap vodka that came through your border the other day.
We cannot have that. No. But we need good vodka. We need good vodka. Not that Swedish stuff that comes through that they try to pass off as vodka. No.
But make sure you're still subscribed to Baron's channel, and make sure. And I'm not going to do this all the time, but I am going to ask every once in a great while that you share out the stream, hit that like button, and subscribe to everybody who does show up in the chat when they're here, because folks like Tree Rock, they do good work on their channels, and I think everybody should see it.
Mm-hmm.
And until next time, everybody, remember, don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something. And an oldie but a goodie. I'm not just a baseball guy, I'm an all-around guy. Have a good one, everyone.
Autobots, transform and roll out!